Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. So let's continue here and create some functionality to our pages that we created in the last video. But before we continue, let me explain how payment gateways work. So I'm going to use an illustration here for a second. Now, payment systems have different code, obviously, and different internal systems, but the basic functionality is the same. So let's say you're using Stripe or PayPal. What you have to do, first of all, is send a request. So when a user selects that they want to use either PayPal or Stripe, you internally send a request to the PayPal servers. So here, let's imagine this is the PayPal or Stripe server here, and this is your client here. This is your PC, the client's PC here. Okay, so client here, and then we have your own server here where the website is actually located. So this is your server, your website. Okay, and this one, we can call this one PayPal or PP. Okay, so what you do is when you serve your client or your user a page, so you serve them a page here with the payment details, right? So there they click and say, okay, I want to use PayPal. And then what you're going to do is you make a request. So you're going to make a request to the PayPal server. Once the user tells you what they want to do to your server like this, okay, I want to use PayPal. Now this is before they add their credit card details, their user details, or anything like that. So what happens now is your server is going to make a request to the PayPal server in this case and say, okay, I want to make a request here. So this is the request of a payment request. So it's going to send a request here. Now in this request, you're supposed to add your authorization details. So Auth should be added there. This is either a user access token or a client ID or whatever it is. So you send that in this initial request. And then PayPal is going to say, okay, you have authority to do something like this. So no problem. Now it depends on how the system works, because in the initial request, you might send in the client, the user details, or you may simply send the price of the item and the item that you want the user to buy or something. So maybe the user details, not the user details, sorry, the price, the product details, that's what I was going for. So you send your product details in here, the price, the name of the product, etc., etc. And then PayPal is going to create what is known as an intent to pay, to make payment. So it's going to send that information back of the intent to make a payment and tell your server, you are authorized to do this, no problem. And then in that intent, there's going to be a URL, a link. So there's going to be the payment URL that is sent back from PayPal to your server. And then your server now is going to send that link back to the user. Okay. And so because that link is not your website link, it means the user is going to be navigated away from your website. So this really depends on the system that you're using, but this is the standard way of making payments. You can put an advanced version where the user doesn't have to leave your website, but that's way too complex. We are better off using this method instead, and it's more secure. So when that URL is returned back to the user is going to be navigated away from your website to another page here, which is the payment page for either Stripe or PayPal. So payment page over here. Now the thing is, this payment page will look very familiar to the user, because if they've paid with PayPal before, it's going to look like a PayPal page completely. Okay, but when you had sent the initial request here, you had put in the link to which PayPal should redirect the user to once the payment is done, and also you send the link to which the user will be redirected to if things fail. For example, let's say the transaction is cancelled or just didn't go through. So you send those details as well. So as the PayPal returns the URL you are supposed to use for the payment, it has kept that information on its own server of where to redirect you or to redirect the user after the payment. So now the user is on this page and they have to enter their details in order to make payment. And then once they enter the details, they click the Pay Now button right down here, Pay, and then now this page communicates with PayPal directly because it is a PayPal page anyway. You do communicate with PayPal here, send that user information, and then authorize or accept the payment. Now, if you've noticed here, your own server is out of the loop. So it doesn't know whether the payment has actually gone through or not, because this is communication only from the page here to the PayPal server. So now your server must be notified once the payment is through what has happened. Did the payment go through? Did it not? Etc. etc. So PayPal is going to send some information to your server directly. Now this right here, this final stage here, is called the webhook. So this is webhook. Sorry for this horrible text. I'm using a mouse to write this. Okay, so from the PayPal server, it's going to send information to what is known as a webhook, which is just a page that you tell PayPal to access after the payment is made. So this information was sent in the initial request. So in here in the initial request, you send the, oh, actually it's not sent in the initial request. This information is actually already saved on PayPal. So when you create an account for PayPal, you save the webhook information. That way it's not sent through the internet, which will give it away to potential scammers or hackers. So it's already in your account and PayPal already knows where to send that information. Now in the webhook as well, there's a bit of back and forth that happens between the server, because there's a secret key that you have in your PayPal account. There's a public and secret key. So that secret key is also known by your server, by the way. So you put it on the server information, you get it, PayPal will give you that secret key, then you put it on your server. So when PayPal sends information to say, okay, the payment has gone through, the reason there's this secret key is because if somebody finds out what your webhook address is, they can simply be sending webhook requests to confirm payments that haven't happened. So it's very important that your server knows that this is legitimate webhook information from PayPal, because otherwise there's no other way to know. So what happens is PayPal will send this information there, and then your server must confirm by actually sending the secret key in there. So that way there's communication, they know the secret key and they can pass it around and confirm that the transaction happened. So hopefully that is clear. So let me repeat one more time. So you first create, once your user agrees to pay with PayPal, you send an intent. So this is your intention to make a payment. In there you tell it where to redirect the user when the you send your authorization key, where to redirect the user when the payment is done, and where to redirect when there's a cancel. And then PayPal will send a message back saying everything is good, continue with payment. And so the server is going to send that URL to the user's page, and then this will effectively redirect them to another page, that is the PayPal or Stripe page. And then once they enter the details, these details will go to the PayPal or Stripe server where to be processed, and the payment will be made. And then after that, PayPal will notify your server of this transaction. And so once your server knows this transaction, then if you have a database where you store information on what payments have happened, obviously you need that, then you're going to make sure you tick that this payment went through. Otherwise, you show the user the payment did not go through page. So hopefully this is making some sense here. Now, there's also what is known as an SDK. So SDK, like so. This is Software Development Kit. Now, an SDK is simply code that either PayPal or Stripe created that you should put on your server to help send that information to PayPal or Stripe, because they know their system very well, so they create some code that you're going to use here. Now, you have to specify what system you're using. Are you using PHP, what language? PHP, JavaScript, and etc. So they have an SDK for specific languages. So there's a PHP SDK, JavaScript SDK, etc., etc., depending on what you are using. So normally on PayPal we use, I think we either use the JavaScript SDK or we might just use curl or something like that. We'll see how things go. But on the Stripe system, we're going to use the PHP SDK that they have because it's much easier to use. Okay, so hopefully this wasn't too confusing, but you're going to see it in action. It's always good to know the overview thing, the overview of what we are trying to do here. So, but this will be done in the end. Let's make our website actually functional, and then we can move on to doing this. So let me close that real quick. Now I have a folder that I created here to put all the files that that we're going to use. So inside XAMPP, so obviously you have to make sure that you install XAMPP on your system or some other server that you use, maybe MUMP or LAMP, depending on your system. So once you install that, you go to the htdocs folder or the www folder for your server that you installed, and then create a folder. In my case, I named it local shop, but you can give it whatever name you want. And then download these HTML pages we created in the previous video, and also the MVC framework. Links are all in the description. You download that. The MVC helps us to not repeat ourselves every time, so we don't have to start from scratch. So obviously I'll do some tutorials in future where we start from scratch again, but in this case it helps to have a framework. So let me extract these files here. So I'm just going to say extract to separate folders, so it extracts to each one. So there's our MVC framework right here. This is our main page. Now the content of the MVC is app and public, so I'm just going to cut those things out of here and paste them here. That way we have them outside the MVC framework folder, which is now empty, so I can delete it. And then now we have these HTML pages. Now, I don't know if I have a copy of this, so what I'll do is I'll just create a new folder and just say stuff or whatever, and put what I don't need in there, just there, stuff like that. Okay, so we want the HTML pages to go in the public folder, because that's what it is. So in here we have this, we have to extract these guys as well. So extract to separate folders, and there we go. Now since I already have the zip that contains all of these, I can simply delete the zip versions. So we have all these folders here with specific pages. So each page here is different. There's add product, so I can rename these folders to be shorter, I guess. So I'll just do this, just remove that like so. So there's add product page, which is this one. So we have our HTML here. If I double click on that, this is how it looks like. So let me close that. Okay, also you can open a Stripe account. These are straightforward things. Just open a Stripe account so that you have an account for Stripe, and also a PayPal account so that we can use both. Otherwise, you can't You can also create an account with Postman if you want, but not really necessary right now. Okay, so we have those folders in there, and let me rename these a little bit. I think I can rename these as needed. Let me just copy them for now so you don't watch me just renaming files. So I'm going to cut these files from here, go to local shop folder and go to the public. And in public we have assets. Actually, these are not going in the public. Oh yeah, they are going in the public folder. So inside public, you can either use these assets so that there's CSS and images and all that. But what I want to do is just put the folders in a separate thing. So I'll just call this page. Actually, no, let me not do that. It might create some confusion. Let me go into assets here and just paste the folders here. Like so. Okay. Come on, come on, come on. Okay, there we go. Now, this again, I will copy because in here we have the HTML page, which is not supposed to be here. The only thing we need in the assets is this assets folder here, fonts, images, and so on. The actual HTML will go in the views folder. So now, because normally what I would do is I would put the CSS in one folder, which is in the public, and then we'll go to the CSS folder and then put the CSS in here. But the problem that is here is that each of these pages has a style.css file. So you can see here there's assets and then there's CSS and so on, like that, repeated stuff. Now if I put them all in one folder, they're going to erase each other. But I want each assets for each specific page to be separate. So that's why I'm doing this. So I will select all these pages again and copy them back. Let's go up here to up, and then we go to views, and then we'll paste in here as well. So we've repeated that, pasted in here as well in the views folder. Okay. So let's come back here. Now I'll explain a little bit how the framework works. In case you didn't watch the first video, the framework creation video, but I encourage you to watch that because then it makes sense. So this ecom HTML pages file folder is irrelevant, so I'll delete it. So the main folders are up and public in the local shop. Stuff just contains things we don't need, so we ideally just need these two. Okay. So with that, we are done. So how does this work? Now to access our MVC, we're going to go to our. Now make sure, obviously, your server is running, make sure Apache is running, make sure MySQL, the database, is running as well, because we're going to need both. So this is from the control panel of your server, whatever server you're using, either XAMPP, MAMP, WAMP, etc. Okay, so we want to access this file in the public folder, the index file. This is the file that we access for our MVC as the base file. So I'm going to type localhost and go to local shop and slash, and then when I try to access that, I see the folder listing. Then if I click on public, then it will show me homepage view like this. Now, as always, I have to mention, do not worry about the public folder here. This is just for when you're working on your local machine. When this goes online, you won't have this /public at the end. So I hope I won't get questions about that. So homepage view, there we are. Now all we need to do is apply pages to our system, and so that we can navigate our website. So let's put just the HTML by itself. Now, if you already know, let me just drag and drop the what is this? Where am I supposedly supposed to be? Okay, so I'll go to local shop here, htdocs. I'll drag local shop into my text editor, Sublime Text, which you can get for free, of course, online. And this is how it is. So this is how it is structured now. So that's our folder there with app and public and stuff, which we don't need. But inside the public folder is where the index page lies. And as you can see, this is what it has. Very few stuff in here. So what this does essentially is it goes to the app side and gets inside the core and loads the config and init file here. So the init file just loads everything that's in the core folder, and that's it. So now if we want to create a page, all we need to do is create a controller for that page and also a view for that page. So in the views folder, this is where we've put our HTML, rightly so. But we need a controller for every single page. Now, since we already have the home controller, we just need to copy what's here from the home controller. So I'm just going to copy and then start creating some new pages. So here we have these pages that we will need. So first of all, let's create the admin page. So I'm going to say new file, or let's start with the home page so that it's easier to see from there. We already have the home controller, so we don't need to do that. But let's create one more page that we don't have here. Let's see, what do we have? So we have the sign up page. So let's start with that. So I'm just going to say sign up like so. And then let me change my references to home here and say sign up like that. Okay, now I want to save it. So inside controllers, I'll save it as sign up. Now make sure you use capitalized S. The class name should always be capitalized for consistency. So let's do signup.php like so. Okay, so this is all we needed. But we already have the home page class, and here it's loading the home view, which is what is in here in the views pages, which is what has this home page view, which is what we are seeing on our page. So we want to replace that with our actual home page. So here what I'll do is I'll go into one of these folders. Where is the home page? It's right here is where our home page is, right? So it's this HTML file right here. So what I want to do instead is copy everything. This is how it looks like. And then it's got styles.css. So it's got bootstrap icons in case we are using icons. But on this page, I doubt we have icons at all. So we can erase that if we want. And then assets style.css. So we just have to make sure we reference the style CSS properly. That's all. So what I'll do is I'll select everything from here in the index HTML for home, and then paste it in the main home view that we are already using here. So paste like that and save. Now, of course, since we don't have any icons in here, you can check if there are any icons by just searching for the I tag like so. So we really don't have an I tag anyway. These are image tags that we have. We don't have an I tag. So there are no icons in here, so we can remove the bootstrap icon. So I think I'll create some code to automatically remove this when we have we haven't used any icons. I think that would be more efficient. Let's put a title here. Now title, it's better to use the app name. So I'm going to do this, PHP echo like that, and say app name like that. Okay, so that way it's going to echo the app name and app description as well. So let me shift do that and put a space like so. Then there's app description like so. Now, where are these variables coming from? These are constants. They're just variables, but constant variables. These are coming from the config file in core config. I hope. Yes, there they are. So app name, app description. So you can edit them from here. So from here, let me just say we just call it local shop, best website on the planet. You can edit that. That's up to you. So once you edit that, then wherever you echo that app name, this is what will be echoed instead. And then here is where you put your your credentials for your database. So we're going to see, this is for the local version, this is for the online version. Now we're going to use a free online server to test the webhook and all that. So you're going to see how we use these two here. Okay, so in the config, we've changed that. In the home page, we have pasted this. So let's see now how things work. So if I refresh, we're going to see something that resembles a home page, but because the CSS styles are not here, things don't look that great anyway. So what's missing are the assets, the images, and also the styles.css. Now the styles, the reason we've copied these things twice, like I've put views in here, inside views I've put this, it's because we cannot have assets inside the app folder here, which is where the views are. All assets need to be in the public folder because they need to be accessible directly to the website. So they must be here. This is why we've repeated this and that. So in here, I don't need any assets whatsoever. In fact, since I've already copied this whole system here, I can delete the home page thingy folder from the views side. So right click and delete that folder. I don't need it anymore because I've gotten my HTML in here and the assets are in the assets folder here. So I just need to make proper reference. So I want to, inside assets, I want to rename this home page folder. So I'll rename it to just home or home dash page like that. Okay, so there is home page. So inside public assets, there is home page, and then there are home page assets. In here, let me open that folder. You see, let me just say open folder. So this is what it is. Now I don't need the HTML from here. I don't need the README file, so I'll delete that. I just need the assets here and then everything that follows. So we already have assets here. All we need is that slash. Keep in mind this is referenced in the public folder. This is from the public folder. How do we go about reaching the homepage assets there? So we go to assets and then homepage, and then we go to assets again from homepage there. So it may be a little confusing, but that's the file system we've created here. So I'll do homepage and then slash. Oh, this needs a dash like so. So all I'm doing is trying to reference the assets folder from the homepage folder here, because that's where the style resides. So with that, we are good. But the problem is this won't work. This may work on the homepage actually. It'll work just fine. Let's try this. Yeah, and there we go. So now things are looking up. The only problem is if I put a slash somewhere here and type something else, then I'll get, oh, I'll actually get, let's do home, let's do slash something something. And you see the style seems to have disappeared again. That's because we need to give it not relative paths, but absolute paths. So we're going to have to use the root path here and do that like so. So root, which is going to add the root path to this place. So it's going to add HTTP, localhost, local shop, public, up to there. That's what it's going to add. So this is our root path here, minus this home thing, just up to public like that. That's our root path. So I'll select that root path here and come back to my config file, and I need to set what root is in the config. Here it's going to the wrong place, which is localhost MVC public. But let me replace all of it. Okay, it's supposed to go to this instead. So local shop public, that's our root path. So those are two things you have to change: the app name and the root path. Also, debug should be true so that you see errors. Okay, so let's come back here and let's refresh. Everything is back to normal. Now, even though I type home slash something here, it will still maintain the CSS. But as you can see, the images are not showing, and that's because in the home view, we are not giving proper reference. So what we need is to grab this root assets homepage up to there, like so, and copy that and add it to all the paths that we have for images. So just select everything that has source assets like that and try to find it, Control F, like that. So I'll just say find all and then try to edit it, move like that, and paste like so. Okay, so that will edit every reference to the images there. So let me come back and refresh. And there we go, our images are now showing. Okay, so this is a process we're going to follow for every single page. So once I repeat it 2 or 3 times, you're going to get the hang of it. But otherwise, this is all good. Now the thing is, we're going to have to repeat our header somehow. So instead of every page having its own header, we will need a universal header. So I'm just going to copy the header from the home page, and that's what we are going to use. So I'll come here and let's grab the header from here up to, so we have header here, it ends about there, and yeah, we don't need this image here, that's local shop. So just up to header here, I'm going to cut everything from there. Okay, so this is the home view, and inside views I'll right click and say new file and paste this information, save this as header.php, save. Okay, that's great. Then go back to the home view and cut body and HTML, cut, come back, right click on views, new, paste, save, and let's save this one as footer.php. Great. So now we just need to insert the footer here. So I'm going to use some PHP tags to do that, and I'll do this view like so and close that. This is how we load view files. So that's why we are doing that. We are inside this controller, and controller has a function called view. So that's why we're doing this, because we're inside the controller, and then view. So view, what view do we have here? Footer, like so. Let me copy that and put it on the top as well, and change that to header, like so, and save. And just like that, you will not notice a difference at all. Oh, but look, you did notice a difference. So what has happened? The images are fine. It seems it's the styles that have gone rogue. So let's see what's happening here. Let me go, this is header view. Let's go header, root. This looks fine. Let's see if there's an actual image. Okay, so it seems the header file is missing completely. So it says view file not found. Okay, so seems the header file is missing, or the footer as well. So what's going on? Let's go into home view here for a second. This view header. This should actually work. What's happening? Header, footer, views. Interesting. Okay, so in this case, maybe there must be wait a second. No, this looks fine. Let's see. Okay, so even the footer isn't found, so something wrong here going on. Okay, so let's try and troubleshoot this a little bit. So I'm going to go to the main controller inside core. Let's see, home page, this view, home. Okay, that is, oh, okay, I see why it's not happening. My bad. Each view file should have .view at the end, so I forgot that. So just rename the headers .view.php. Same with footer, rename .view.php. Okay, sorry, my bad there. Let's get back to business and refresh. There we go. Things are looking up. Okay, so this is good. Now we have these links here that we have to make reference to. So let's start with the home page here. Now the home page is just the root path. So I'm going to go to the header view here because that's what contains the links to stuff. So right here, I'm just going to put root because that's the root path, and then copy that. Here, I'll just put, in fact, all these need root at the beginning and then a slash. Then we'll have shop, we'll have cart, and then we'll have about us. This is up to you how you want to show this. The link here, contact us, like that, what the link name is. Okay, great. Right then, so all these are links to pages. So home page at least will work now. So if I refresh this and click home, it refreshes to the home page, which is very cool. Now let's make a page for shop and cart, etc. So now you see view not found. Also, it's putting a slash there. So you see this double slash means, what the double slash means is that in the config, we should remove that slash at the end. We should never put that slash at the end, same as we do not put that slash when we are online like this. So just be careful with that. So let me go back home and let's try and click some other pages like shop. You don't see the double slash anymore. Okay, that's great. All right, so let's make the shop page so that we repeat this process one more time and you can see it. So let me close the footer and header for now, and even the home page. But I'm just going to, I'll remove all of those for now. So let's go to the shop page now. So to add the shop page, exactly the same thing we did. Let me look for the HTML in the views file here. Where is shop? Shop page is right here. Let's get the HTML. So I'm going to copy everything from here. And then we're going to go to inside views, right click. Let's create a new file and paste and save. This one is going to be called shop.view.php. Save. Okay. So now that we've saved that, every reference to a source should be linked to the right files in the public side here. So this is shop page. In the public folder, we also have shop page there, which is good. So let's rename it properly. Let's say shop. We just name it shop. That's all. So instead of home page like this one, so shop. So from shop, we have assets. And inside assets, we have this HTML file. We don't need this HTML file, delete. We don't need the README file, delete. We just need the assets folder. So to get to that one, we had to go to root /assets/shop/assets, like so. So let me grab this, is what we are going to put for every reference to source assets, like so. So let's do this. Okay, and then move like so and paste. So source should always start with root, assets, shop, and then assets, images, and so on. So let me just make sure I haven't repeated myself anywhere. This all looks good. Shop assets, that's great, that's great. Okay, I think it looks fine. So if I come back now and refresh, we still won't see anything here. That's because we need a controller for shop. So let me go to sign up here. Any of the sign up or home will do. Controllers, new file, paste, save, and this one will be shop, capital S.php. Like that, and let's change this reference to shop. Same thing here, shop, and that's it. So now we have a controller and a view. So refresh, and there we go, we have this, but it seems our CSS isn't loaded, so that's fine. Let's go back to shop view Instead, what we're going to do is remove the header. So header ends here, so let's delete all of that and let's put our included header instead. So we're going to do this view, and then here we'll say shop. Like, oh sorry, we're supposed to say header all the time here. So header like that. Let me copy all of that. Let's go to the bottom side and replace these two with footer like so. Okay, so now we have the shop. This is how you create pages on this system, just like this. Now it seems oh, this is the problem we're going to be having. Okay, so I see the issue here. So the issue is that you see in the header file we have a specific this is one thing I forgot, so let me go back and fix that. So in the header we have the CSS file, which is very specific to the home page, right? So we can't have this. So what I would do is I'll remove this link from here, so it's not part of the header anymore, which is weird. Yeah, this is a problem I did not anticipate at all. Interesting. Because it's possible to have very conflicting styles in here now, which is something I did not think about. Next time we'll do better. Anyway, so what we want to do is link another CSS style for shop. So let's see if both can exist in one. Let me just paste it there right at the top. But this one should go to shop, not home page. So let's go to shop, since this is the shop page. So let's refresh there, and there we go. So we have something that looks a bit better. But the problem is the header stuff is conflicting as well. So we're just going to remove the link from the header. So I'm just going to copy that because I need it. I'll cut it actually. I need it for the actual home page. So right underneath there, we'll put our CSS file there. And let's refresh again, and things are looking alrighty then. So let me go to the home page. There we go. Shop. There we go. So the only thing we've done is made sure that each page has its own CSS file, which they do. So I've just removed it from the header itself and just put it specifically in each page. So shop and home view. There we go. So that's that. We are done with the shop page. Let's do one more page here. What other page do we have? We have cart. We don't have these other two, so let's do with cart. And let me copy the controller. So I'm copying the shop controller, creating a new file, paste, and let's change that to cart. Same as this. Let's change that to cart. So we are referencing the cart .php file. So cart.php, capital C there, and that's it for the controller. Same as shop controller. And header view, we don't need to see that anymore. I'll leave the config for now, or I can close it. So we've created our shop or cart page. Now we just need to create, since we are done with shop, where is shop here? So this view file here in the views folder, this folder, we don't need that. So let me delete that shop page folder. We already have shop down here. And this is the same as here. And it's here we renamed it, so that's fine. So cart here, let me rename in the public assets. Let me rename to cart folder. And inside cart, I don't need the index.html, so delete. I don't need the readme file, delete. I just need the assets in here. And also in here, let's do the same thing. Cart, let me select the HTML, which is all I need. Copy everything. Let's create a new view file and paste. Let's call it cart .view.php. Save. Okay, now that we've copied to the cart, we don't need this folder anymore, so I'm just going to delete that folder out. Okay, there we go. We're getting closer. So now let's reference everything to the cart here. So what I'll do is I'll just copy from what I've done with other views, like the shop view. This part here I will copy. So these two, the link and the view. So I'll go to cart and replace everything where the header ends here. Paste like so. And then copy this guy to put on the footer. Let's do the same thing. Change that to footer. Let's go back to the top and let's change this shop to cart. Everything else stays the same. So I'll save that. So that's our cart view. And it should work. So if I click on cart, there it is, it's working, but the images are not showing. So let's make sure the references are correct. And I'm just going to copy this up to where it says cart slash. So copy that. And let me look for all references to images. So I'll just use source assets like that. It's just 2 actually. So I'll paste right at the beginning of the link like so. Okay, so back here, refresh, everything looking good. So those pages are done, but we need our login and sign up pages. So in the footer here, actually we do have a real footer here, which I did not copy. So my bad there. Let's do that. So the footer starts here. It's unfortunate there's no name to that. So let me do this. Let me cut the footer div here. So this is in the cart view. So I'm just going to cut that out and then paste it in the footer file itself, footer view, right before this part. So right there, like so. Now we can actually put links to our login and sign up pages. So I'll do that and just say root like this. Oops. And then slash login. This one will be sign up. And then similarly, we're going to copy this and put that and say shop. So you can also create links for your terms and conditions, etc., by just putting that here, and whatever you call it, maybe it's terms, that's up to you. So this is our footer. So I've removed it from the cart. Now it will be repeated on the other pages because they already have that footer. Here it's fine, but on shop you see we will have 2 of them, which is not so great. Actually, this is another problem here because we yeah, this could be another problem. So what we will do is okay, this one is tough as well. Okay, so I didn't think this through very well because I can't, you see the class names here are different for they are different here. Let's see, maybe we can fix this. What I'll do is we can put these class names in every style sheet, but I think that would be too much work. That's more work than I'm willing to do. So let me just put the cart back here and undo what I have done here. Let me just grab this part here and copy it. This is from the footer view. I just want the links that I've done to not disappear, and come back here and paste them. Okay, so in the footer I will undo what I have done here to just delete this whole thing. Yeah, the reason is the style sheets are not compatible. That's why we have to do it like this. So I'm just going to copy this and just paste it in the home view. So you can go in through and copy the styles to all the style sheets so that they fit properly when you have enough time. But for the sake of the tutorial, we are not going to do that. Let me go to the footer. I just want these links to work wherever I am. Oh wait, I'm changing the class names, right? That's not great at all. So I forgot that part as well. So this should be 18. So do 18, 18, class 18. Let me go back to home. What class was this? It was 21 before I changed it. So let's change that 19 to 21 as well. We could do this throughout. Let's go shop. What was there before? Okay. 18. Okay, this is fine. Okay, cool. So back here, things should work as intended. So let me click on login, view not found. Sign up, there is a view. Actually, the view isn't there yet. So things are working here. Home, shop, cart, that's great. Now let's go to sign up so we can create a sign up page. So click on sign up. We already have a sign up controller right here, which is nice, but we don't have a sign up view. So in the same way we've done with all of the others, let's do exactly the same here. So sign up page is here. I just need the index.html, copy that, and then I will right click and delete this folder. I don't need it anymore. Let's now create a new file, paste, save this as signup.view.php as we have done before. Same as what we have with cart here. Let me copy this top part, go to sign up view right at the top, and wait. Okay, so we don't need to do that because it's not similar. It doesn't have the header. The sign up page doesn't have the header that the others have. So no need for that. Instead, what I'll do is, let me close that file that doesn't exist. I'll just copy this title from the header, and let's just put sign up here. Yeah, and then the app name and description, that's fine. Okay, so this will have its own header, which is nice. Then let's just copy this root up to where it says cart, like that. Okay, get back to sign up. Then every part that says assets, let me select all of that, and left arrow key, paste. But I need to replace cart with whatever folder name I'll name it, which is sign up, like that. Okay, now that we have that, we need the reference to work here. So let's go to sign up page. Let's right click, rename it to just sign up. Okay, and then now that we have the sign up page, in there we only need the assets. We don't need the HTML file. We don't need the README file. Okay, just the assets there. That's good. So back here, if now we're on the sign up page, we have this, which is awesomeness. Okay, so we can edit it a little bit. For example, the create account button, we can remove the underscore. That's pretty much it. And also maybe the username or email, maybe we can add auto focus on this. Also, let's add names. Oh, names are already here. This one is username. This one should be email. This one should be password. Okay, that's fine. What else we need? The form already post, blah, blah, blah. Everything seems alrighty about here. So let's go here and refresh. Console, let's just refresh. Okay, there we go. So sign up. So now we can do an actual sign up. But there's something I forgot to put here. I forgot password and all that. I don't know why I forgot to put that stuff. So let me just put a div over here and put it. So just say maybe already have an account. So for the forgot password, I have a video on that, so you can check it out if you want to add that. Already have an account, login here. So I just want this to lead to the login page, like so, and close that. That's really all I need from here. Let's add a bit of styling and say padding 10 pixels, just so we have some space around here. Then this should lead to the login page, which every link should have root in it, and then slash login, like so. We will copy this because we will need it on the sign up page as well to send back to the login page. Okay, so already have an account, login here. So click there, takes me to the login page, which is awesome. But since the login page does not exist, let's create it. So back here to where we have pages, this is a views folder. I'll click here. I want the HTML file. I'll copy it, file new, save that. And this one will be login.view.php. Okay, so just like the sign up, we have a titling issue here. So let's remove that title, copy that, go to the login page and paste. Just change that to login. Okay, save. Let's close that index file. What else do we need? We need the root up to there, so that I can use that as well. Paste and change that sign up word to login because that's the folder name now. We don't actually have icons on the login and sign up pages, so we don't need to load the Bootstrap file link here, so I can delete it on both sign up and login. We don't need those. Now that we have that, this is login, I can delete the login folder here, delete folder, great, from the views page. And then in the assets, login will be renamed to login. So there we go. And in here, I don't need the index.html, I don't need the readme file. Okay, great. That is nice. So only 3 pages remain to make, but so far so good. Now the same thing we added on the sign up. Let me copy that div and put it down here just above the button, like so. Instead of already have an account, we'll say don't have an account, and then sign up here. So sign up, and the link should also say sign up. Awesomeness. Let's change the namings here. This one should be password, and the type should not be text but password as well. Username, nope. This one should be email. And what else? Type, we can change it to email just for some basic validation. Yep, I think that does it. So let's refresh login page. Okay, so the reason the login isn't showing is because it doesn't have a controller. So let's go copy the sign up controller. Every page must have a controller of its own. So let's save this one as login.php, capitalized L. Make sure we change that to match the name. Let's change also the reference to the file, the view file, and that's it. So now if we refresh, there we go, we do have a login page. And if I click here, it takes me to the sign up page, here to the login page. Okay, so we do need to sign up first before we can do anything, and so let's do that to create some accounts. But in order to sign up, we need to have a database, so let's create the database. All right, so one thing I forgot to add is the error warning here, which I should have added. So let's go to, let me first close all files. Let's go to the view. That's the sign up view right here. So right above the form, actually maybe inside the form, actually. Just after the image. This is entirely up to you where you want to add this. Maybe after the sign up text. Let's add some, which is this right here. So I'm just going to add a div right there. So in there I'll add some text. I'll just say please fix the errors below, like so. Okay, so in here I'll add a bit of styling. I'll just say padding 10 pixels and text align center. Text align center. That's probably it. Oh, actually some background color. So let me add background color will be red, and then color will be red as well. So I'll fix this in a bit just so I can edit that. So let's go here and refresh. So we have that. That doesn't make any sense really. But let's inspect that element for a second. And we have these two colors down here, which is the color and the background color. So I'll leave the background color. Let me change the background color. So I'll click on that and make it lighter, like so. And then go to the color itself and make it darker. Oops. Oh, yeah, actually that's correct. Let me make it darker like that, darker red. So you can take your time and choose the right colors that you want, but for me that's enough for the sake of the tutorial. So I'll change that and get the background color as well. Copy and change that as well. Okay, great. That's cool. But I don't want this to show just any willy-nilly or something. So what I'll do is I'll just say PHP, put some PHP tags here and say if should only show if the errors array is not empty. So there will be an errors array like that. And if it's not empty, then we're going to display that. And so we have to put an end if, because we've put an if statement. So for those of you that do not know, you can do this. You can put if statements like this and close them and then open them later, just so you can put HTML in the middle, and this will work as a normal if statement. All right, so if error, boom. So this will only show if that array exists and it's not empty. So now it's gone. So in the exact same way, I want to put another if statement for specific errors. Let's say on this one, this is a label. These things, okay. So there's display. So I'll put them after this because there's flex there and I don't want to interfere. So I'll do this and just do that. Alrighty then. So I'll put another if statement, but here I'm checking for a very specific error, which has a key of username like so. And if that error exists, we're going to type some text. So here I just want some text with, let's add a style, color of red, and that's it. Not much. And then I'm going to echo whatever the error is here. So I'll copy that, and obviously I'll need, by the way, this question mark equal sign is the same as typing PHP and then doing echo like that. So it's kind of just like a shortcut. So let me do this. So errors, so echo this error right there. So this is good enough for all of these. So I'm going to use this for all the rest. So here is just when there's an email error, that's when it should show. And then down here, when there's a password error, then it will show. So let's put password like so. All right. So very cool. If I now refresh, nothing happens until we have errors. So at this point, we need to create a database. Okay, so let's create ourselves a database. And let's see here. We need to configure our database connector, which is inside core config, obviously. So right here, we do the localhost version. So instead of my DB, this one is just going to be, let's say, local shop underscore DB. You can name it anything you want. These credentials remain the same. I think if you're using MAMP, the password is root. So put root there. Otherwise, everything else remains the same. So let's make sure we have a database named local shop DB. Now we can create a database using code, but the problem is when you go online, you can't do that. So there's no point. So we just have to create the DB manually, because that's what you're going to do when you have an online server anyway. So better to get used to that. So in order to create a database, we have to go to localhost/php PHP My Admin. So let's create a new tab and go right there. So say localhost/PHP My Admin. Very cool. So in here, we just click new to create a new database. Now to create a new database, the query we have to run is very simple. It's just create database. The query looks like this. It's like create database. It's always better to check if it exists or not. You say if not exists, and then you put the database name. In our case, it's going to be like local shop underscore db. This is the query you would run. Actually, let me show you that. Let me copy that. So we can either just click on new, which we have, and then you type the name of the DB and say create. Very simple, right? Or you can go to the SQL tab and paste this query I've shown you here. Create database if not exists, local shop DB, and click go. And just like that, local shop DB has been created. And there we go. So now we need to create tables in here. So no tables have been found, but I don't like creating tables from here because it's better to have a record of your tables in your code. That way you can easily recreate them on any other server. So what we will do instead, since every table requires a model for access, we will put the create content in the model. So here we only have two models actually, the image model for resizing our images, which is super useful, and the user model for reading from the users table. So we don't already have a users table, but we can create one. So instead, let's create a function here that will do that for us. So say function create table. I should have left this function there in the original thing because it's a very useful function. Now I'll have to repeat creating it every time. So in here we want to create a query and say query is equal to, and then we want to run that query. So the query is create table if not exists. What table? Users. So let's open the bracket here because we need to close the bracket later down here. Let's close that like so. And then once we are done with this, all we need to do now is run that query. So to run a query here, this already has query connecting functions, which it inherited from the model.php inside core. So if you want to know the functions available, just look at model.php in here. And we have the where function, we have the find all function, we have the first function, and insert, update, and delete. So we will use all of these so you see how they work. So here we'll just say this because we're referencing this same class, and we just want to run a query. So we just say query like that, and then let's run the actual query like so. As simple as that. So we say create table if not exists users, and now we put some columns. So the first one is the integer. So int, it already knows it's 11 characters long, so we'll leave it at that. It just needs to know that either it's signed or unsigned, so you can put unsigned. And then we'll say primary key. What else have I forgotten about this? Auto increment. It should increment on its own. Now unsigned just means use only positive numbers. We don't need negative integers as a primary key. So auto increment, great. And what else? So for the user, we have, what do we get here? We have username, email, and password. Very, very simple stuff. So we have username, which is a variable character. It depends how big you want usernames to be. I think 30 characters is fine. And this one should not be null. It should have a value all the time. So that's the thing. Username, email, same thing here. In fact, we just need to duplicate this line change that to email. Maybe let's give it 100 because emails are a bit longer. And let's do password here as well. Now password, let's do 255. Never know as well. But we need some extra info. So for example, we need to know what role this user is playing. So instead of row, maybe we can use, yeah, actually row is better. What role do they have? Varchar. Are they admin? Are they just a customer? I was thinking of not allowing people to log in and sign up, but that creates a problem. I wanted people to be able to buy things without signing up and all that, but the problem is that's not a difficult thing to do. The problem right here is that we will need to send them emails as invoices, right? But the problem with that is that we need an email server, which most of you that are watching may not have. So I don't want to do something that you can't do. So I want something that's accessible to everyone. So we'll omit that email sending part for now. So row here, a row is either a user or admin. So what's the longest, maybe 10 characters we can have on this one? This should not be no either. Now, if you wanted to allow empty values, you can just say no like that. For example, if we have an image, if you want users to have images, for example, you can do that. Just say image varchar. Let's put that at 1024 because we'll put an image link, and then you can leave it at no like that so that it can accept empty values. Okay, so there's row, and let's finally add date as well. So say date, and this one is date time. Now, if you don't want to save the time as well, you just put date like that, and you can set a default value here. Actually, if you want, you can just say default current timestamp. Now what this does is every time you edit this row, it's going to update with the current time. So that might not be something you want. If you want the date to be permanent when they created this account, don't do this. Instead, just put not know and add the date. If you do it like this, then you don't need to supply the date and time. The database will do it for you. But we may need to supply this ourselves. So let's put not know just there as well. Let's add some keys. So we have a primary key, but I want username to be able to be searchable. So I can do key here and say username. And then in the brackets, the actual column that I'm targeting. So we can put as many keys as we want. Anything that is searchable. For example, email will be searchable because we want to find out when logging in, we will need to search for the email. Password is not, image not so much. Row, not really. If you want to search the users by date, you might want to do that, but I think username and email are enough. Let's remove that last comma. And this is pretty much it. Okay, so this will create our table. Very nice. Here it's only for validation. Oh, we needed terms and conditions, right? But in this instance, we are not using terms and conditions in this particular tutorial, just to make things simpler. So we're just going to mute that like so. Okay, so that is great. Now to create the table, we just need to run this function once. So let's do that. So I'm going to go to sign up. So every time we refresh this page, this part runs, this particular function, the index page, the index function will run. So we can do, say, user is equal to new user. Okay, so now we're instantiating the model that we created here, and then we can tell it to run that function, which is create table. Is it tables or create just single table? I don't know. What did we? Oh, it's table. Okay, so let's remove that S. So once we run that once, and that's it. So just by refreshing the page, we can run that. And here we have an error. So it says controller user not found. Why is it searching in the wrong place? I think here I may have namespace controller. Oh, no. Use main controller. What have I done here? I think I should have put a capitalized version like that. Let's see if that's the problem. Nope, that's not the problem. Okay, the problem here is that user is in a different namespace. We are in the controller namespace. User is in the model namespace. Okay, so all we need to do is import user from this namespace, or we can just do /model/user like this. This will work just fine. Another way to do it is to put use somewhere here, either there, as long as it's before the class itself. Even here we can do it, doesn't matter. Just make sure namespace is at the top, then we can say use /model/user like that. So once we say that, it means we have imported the user class from the model namespace. That way we don't need to do this. So let's try and see if that works. So syntax error, which means things did work. It's just that on the controller on line 7 there is a problem, unexpected token / where is that? Line 7. Right. Why is it saying wait, namespace model? What am I missing here? Let's see. Unexpected token / on line 7. Controllers. Expecting or. What's the problem here? Am I missing something? So syntax errors are the easiest to fix. It just means you typed something wrongly. So it's saying unexpected / on line 7. So which means it's not expecting a /. Right. See, this is the wrong /. My bad. You know, when you do these things for too long, this is a problem. So it should be this kind of / instead. Sorry about that. So there we go. Okay, so now we have a problem. It failed to open stream, which means it failed to open a file inside the init on line 9. So it's just saying pdo.php failed to open. So this is one thing I thought I had fixed, but I'll make sure I fix it before shipping the MVC here. So the reason here is because when we are, let's go to database thingy here. We're in the model namespace in the database file. So whenever we reference PDO, it's trying to find it in this namespace, which is, it's not there. So just select all references to PDO. In case you see that, just put the / at the beginning like that to tell it that PDO is not in any namespace. Okay, that works. One more error. So it says syntax error. You have an error in your SQL. Excuse me. So this means my query is just not working right. So let's see here. Local shop on line 3, username. So this is the query, the problem. It's near, it says there's a problem near int unsigned. So right at the beginning. So when it says near there, it means right before that part, right here, there's a problem. So what could be that problem? So create table if not exists users. Right, this is my bad. You see, I didn't put a name for this column. Very weird. So this column should be ID. So you can name it anything you want, but ID, and then it's an integer. Okay. For some reason, I thought it would guess. So let's refresh, and there we go. Things are looking good. So this means our table has been created. So if we go back to our database, click there and click on the structure, you will notice one table If we click on it, it has no data, but it's here. If you click on the structure, you'll see how it is structured. So now that we have that, we don't need to run this function anymore. So I can remove this part here. Okay. But still, after this, we need to get data once it's posted. So there is a function that we use. Now you don't have to do this. You can do the if server and then put request method. That's up to you. If server request method is equal to post, this will work just fine. But instead, I'll use what I have in the framework. I'll do request posted like that, which is essentially doing the same thing, but I need to tell it what request is. So I'll do this and say is equal to new request. So that's the request class which exists in here. This is the request class, but it's important, it's inside core. It's important to know the namespace. It's inside core. So let's do right here. Let's duplicate that and put core here and then put request there so that we import it from that namespace. So use core request and then it will know what we are talking about here. So once things are posted there, we can grab what we want from there to validate. Now the validation should happen. So I'm just going to use the user and say validate like so. So we'll use an if statement. If things are well validated, we'll do that. If validate, then let's do something here. Now we are getting this from the user model. There's a validate function we created, and we need to supply data that came with the post. So if I go here, I'll add the post variable. Now I don't need to use that post variable. I can just use request because it has that actually. Instead of using the post variable directly, it like that. If I do that, it gets everything from the post variable and puts it in there. So this is equally as good. This is better because we can later edit how this works if we need to. So instead of using the variables directly. So here it says validation complete. So if we get to this point, everything was validated just fine. But if it wasn't, then we're going to have errors. So what we're going to do instead is this. We're just going to say errors is equal to user errors. So if there are any errors, they're going to be inside the model itself in the errors variable, which I don't think we can see here. Oh, it's right there. Okay, so we'll grab those and then we will see some errors. Now the thing is, if you want to, the view file and the controller are separate. So every variable you use here is not automatically available in the view file that you create here because this is in another function. So you have to explicitly put it in there if you want. So since I know I'm going to send some variables to the view, I'm going to do this. I'm going to call the array that I will use data. So what I'll do is I'll copy that and put that in here. So here, instead of just saying errors, I'll put that inside data like so. That way it goes to the view file, and to be extracted in there, I'll access it as errors. But for this to work here, it must be available all the time, because if I just refresh the page, it will tell me this variable is unknown because it didn't go through this to actually create anything there. So let's just set it to an empty right here, like data is equal to empty like so, so that it's always available whether empty or not, and then we can add value to it there. So let's see that the validation actually works. So come back here and let's refresh the page. Now we have a few more problems. It's saying it can't find request. Why? Well, request should be there since we did this, use core request. Isn't request part of the core system? Namespace core. Yes, indeed. So it should actually work. Let's see, request, no request. So what is going on? Require models, request, fail to open, no such stream exists. Interesting. I think I forgot one more thing in my MVC, which I should have fixed. Let's go to the init here. See, it's supposed to include those guys in there. This is not cool at all, because these guys are not included here. So actually, let me just move them to here. So sorry, my bad. I forgot to do this. Yeah, I think I had mentioned I should have done this in my previous tutorial. So let's get all three: pager, request, and session. Let's get all of these, cut them out of here. Let's move them into models. That way it can easily find them, because whenever it doesn't find a class, it looks in the models folder. So it's better to put them in here. So that should solve the problem. Let's try that, refresh, and there we go. Okay. So let me try and say create account, and you see here, please fix the errors below. Email is required, password is required. Also username should be required. So let's go back to the model thingy here. The same way we want password to be required, let's change this to username. Okay, good. So I'm going to say create, a username is required. Now, if I want to check if an email already exists in the table, I can do that. Let me just duplicate this else button like so. And then here I can use this. And then I'll just do first like this. Now first just gets the first record it can find. So as long as it finds one record, then there's a problem. So here I want to tell it that if there's a record that has this particular email that we have, so let me do this. Oops, what am I doing? So here I'm creating an array with an item named email that has this email that was given. So let me close that, and that's about it. Okay, so I'm just telling that if there's a result when we check for this email, then we'll say email already exists, already in use, like that. Okay, so let's try this out again. Username is required, email is required. Okay, so things are looking great. So let's see what happens when we type something and then click create. That disappears there. So we don't want that. We want things to keep where they are. So I'm going to go to my sign up view. I'm looking for the sign up view. So it's inside views. Sign up. So right here on, let's say username, I want to add a value like that, and then do this, and then put this old value function that we have. So if you watched the creation of the MVC, you know what this does. So it just puts the old value back. So we'll say username like so. This is all we need. So I'll just copy this to every other input, even the email, and just change that to email. Maybe even the password, so you don't have to retype the password all the time, like so. Okay, good. So let's refresh, and there it is. So username. So let's put a username there, create account. Let's put an email. So email@email.com. So you see the errors disappearing except password here. So what happens now when we when we do this. So let's put a password, just password like so, and then create. So all the errors are gone, which is nice. Now it should redirect and save. So let's do that. So come here, validation complete. So from this validation here, all we have to do is just say user. Oh, wait a minute, user insert, like that. And then we'll put everything in the post variable. So copy and paste. There we go. So user insert. Once we insert there, things are good. But what I want to do is I want to edit the data I send in here. I want to add more. So I'll just say, what do I call it? I'll just call it array, like so. So I grab that array, put whatever is in the post, and that's what I'll supply here. Oops, what have I done? But I want to add more, except something like the date. So let's add a date. So we use the date function. That's how you do it. Careful with the capitalization there. And what else do? We want to put a row as well. The default row will be user, not admin. Okay, so we have a row, admin, what else? I think that's about it. And also, let's go back to user.php. Here we need to specify the allowed columns, the columns that will be saved. So if we don't put them, they will be discarded. So let's put username there, and let's put image. Let's also put row. Let's also put date. Okay, that way all of them are accounted for. So that's important. All right, good. Then after we are done with this, we have to redirect the user. So here we'll use the redirect function we created in the MVC tutorial, and we redirect to, let's see here, where are we redirecting? Maybe to the admin page, maybe to the home page, doesn't matter. Just redirect. All right, great. So redirect. You know, we should have created a profile page as well. This is when I'm remembering this now. We should have done that. So maybe to the profile page. For now, let's do home. Okay, so with this should be good. Now, the thing is, password should be encrypted. So let me duplicate this and change that to password. So password is equal to whatever is already inside password, but let's encrypt it. So I'll do this. But then let's use password hash. So the string we want to hash is the password. And password default, we will leave that as the algorithm. Whatever the default algo is, that's fine. Okay, so with that, we are good to go. Password encrypted, date added, row is user. Very cool. So with this in mind, we are ready to sign up. So we already have the information. So let me just create sign up. And now it has taken me to the home page. So hopefully it has signed up. We can confirm by going to the table and seeing the information there by hitting the browse button. And there it is. So username, email, password, image, row, date. So everything has been set properly, which is nice. So now that we are able to log in, we just need to change the row here. So let me just edit this first row to admin, and that's it. So any other user will be user. This one is admin. Very nice. Now we can go to the login page. So maybe we should be redirecting to the login page. Now we already have a way to write messages to the user. So here I'm just going to put a message and say account created. please log in to continue. That way it takes us to the login page instead. Okay, that way we can log in again. So let's do the logging in now. Now that we have all of this here, we will most likely use the same stuff. So I'll copy this. Let's go to the login controller. Let me paste that there. We'll just add one more here. Instead of just request, we'll have another one for session, so we can save data in the session. Let's go back here and do this. Most of this is exactly the same. So copy that. Let's paste it here. Okay, so I'm going to remove that. Let's instantiate the session as well. I'll just call it sesh and session like that. Very good. So when we are logging in, we don't need to validate anything. So I'll just remove this validation part. And after the validation, we will need to maybe go to the home page, and we don't need to show the user anything, and we don't need to insert anything. So here, error that's possible is just the email error, where we'll just say wrong email or password. We just want to accept one error, that's all. We don't want to tell the user which of the two is wrong. Just like that is fine. Okay, so the first thing we do, we don't validate, we check for the email. All right, so let's check for that email. So we'll say, so we have this user thingy here, which we can use. So we'll say row is equal to user. Then we want just the first row that we can find, which has a specific email. So we'll do that. Here we'll say post data. So this is the post data. We'll get it from request posted. No, actually it's just a post like that, sorry. So request post will grab all the data in the post variable and put it here. So then we can say email and put an arrow to post. Actually, this is an array, so we do that. So we're looking for this specific email, any row with that email. So first of all, we say if row. So if row returned the result, then we are good. Let me move this guy down here. Like so. Yes. Okay, cool. Now, if the row was successful, then let's check for the password. So here we're going to say if password verify. So we grab the password and the hash. So the password is whatever the user has typed in the post variable. So let's do that. The hash, though, is what is saved in the database. So we will do row. If the database was successful, we'll check in there. But this one uses objects, so we'll do this. It's not an array. Okay, so at this point, everything good. All right, so we don't need any of this at all. That neither. So if everything is good, we redirect home. But we need to authenticate as well. So let me remove that. Now, if we go to the session, we already created something to help us authenticate, or did we? Let me just check. Yeah, there it is. Function auth. All it does is save the user's row into the session. So we just need that. So let's do that. So it's auth. So all we do is we say sesh auth, and then we supply the row like so. And that's about it. Then redirect to the home page. Very cool. Okay, good. Now, speaking of which means in the session we already have logout as well. So let's run that function, and then you can use the function is logged in to check if a user is logged in, and that's about it. And you can use user function to get any column from the user that is currently logged in. So those are very important. So at this point, we are able to log in. So let's also do the log out. So I'm just going to copy the home controller, copy it, right click, new, paste, save. I'll save this one as logout.php. So the only thing logout does is use the session variable. So we'll say sesh, it's inside the core session, like that. And then we'll instantiate it. And say sesh is equal to new session. And then all we need to do is say sesh logout. And then we redirect. Instead of loading a view, we redirect to the login page. Simple as that. Now let's change that to logout, of course. Same as this, logout, and very good. That's about it. Okay, very, very cool. We forgot to actually put the logout thingy here. Great. Okay, so with that in mind, let me close all these files and let's do some testing. So let's see if we can log in here and no errors will come about. So login. Let's try something we know does not exist. Okay, so we don't get any errors here, but we're not redirected either. So that's a sign that things are working, but we're not just showing the user something. So I just want to copy from the sign up view. So grab this part here and then go to login view. We don't need to show all the errors one by one. Here we can just show one. So if this is not empty, then what we do instead, we say here, I just want to echo whatever is inside errors. So I'll do this. And I'm going to use the implode function. The glue is a break tag. The implode function will collapse an array into strings, and this, what you put here will be the in-between, whatever is in between the strings. So if there are two errors, there will be a break tag between them, which means they will show up on two different lines. So let's try this again. So that doesn't seem to work. Now the reason it doesn't work, let's go back to our login. It's because we are not sending any data here. So let's do that. Remember, variables you create here are isolated from the view unless you actually send them through an array. So let's try that again. So still no bueno. So what's happening? Oh, right. It should be errors here. So let's do this because it's looking for the errors array. So inside the errors array, we have email and then that. Okay. So let's try again. There it is. Wrong email or password. So let's try this. Same thing. Now we can't see that old value again. Same issue. Let's fix that real quick. Back to the sign up. We just need to copy from here. Let's copy the one with email since that's what we are using. So let's go to email here. Let me paste that. Let me also paste one on password and add password there. Okay, now let's add an actual password. And it worked. Okay, so now we are logged in. Now in order to display a user value here, your actual username, you would need to, let's go to the header for a second here, header. Okay, so to show the user information here, we're going to have to put some PHP here. So I'm going to say, let's do this. So let's do session is equal to new core session. And then we're going to say user. So let's try to check if the user is logged in first of all. So here we'll do this. If session logged in, actually, is it logged in or is logged in? Let's see, session, it's is logged in. So let's copy that and paste it here. Okay, so if the user is logged in, we show all of this. And if, like so. Okay, so here we want to put an image. So we'll use the function get image, which you can find in the functions page if you want to check it out, how it works. But here we essentially provide an image. So we get that through the session, and then we use the user function in the session, and then we tell it what column to get. So that's the image column there. And then if the image does not exist, it will put a placeholder, but we want a user profile placeholder. So we'll put user on the second param here. All right, that's that. And then if, let's grab this again and let's put a username here. So I'm going to close that tag. Let's put PHP, actually just an echo like that. So instead of image here, we want username. Now, sometimes we will not be logged in. So let's put an else statement here, full colon there. And instead, we're just going to put, let's just put the login button there. Like so. I'm trying to put an H tag here, an A tag, sorry. Let's put A there. Okay, so that it's login, and then let's put our root / login right there, like so. Okay, great. That way we can tell when we can log in or not. And we also need the logout page. So the problem we have now is that our footer is not one footer. So that's a bit of a problem, but that can easily be fixed. So what we'll do is, actually, let me do this. Let's go to homepage, right? Let me come down here. And what I'll do is I'll grab this div right there. So I have these classes here, 19, 20, and 21, because I don't like having too many of these footers, so to speak. So I'll cut that footer. Let me take it to footer dot right there. Okay. Now what I'll do is I'll just put the styles right here. Just move them away from the main styles like that. Okay, and then let me grab class 19. So there's 19 here. I got this from the, where did I get this from? Was it from the login view? Nope, it wasn't from login view. Where was it from? From home? Oh yeah, so I got it from home. So what I'll do is I'll go to the CSS for home page, which is, where is this? Homepage, CSS, styles. I want to grab the the classes I've added here, class 19, 20, and 21. So I want to grab those. So I'm just going to search for class 19. So there's 19, 20, and 21. So I can just copy these guys. I don't need to cut them. Let me copy them to footer here. And then I'll paste them here. Okay. But then I'll change. So class 19, I'll just change this to footer underscore 1. And then select 20 or instances of 20, and then just say footer underscore 2. That way they are different. And then 21 footer underscore 3. Okay, that's better. So that way the footer is present, the styles for the footer are present everywhere. So this is great. We're on the home page and the footer looks okay. Let's go to shop. There are two footers, so let's remove the other one. So I'm going to go to the shop view. Let me remove this one where the add to cart ends. That's where the footer starts. So delete. Let's go to cart. Excuse me. It looks like I'm developing something. Let's delete that footer as well. Okay, that is great. So now on the shop, one footer, on the cart, one footer. That way I can add a logout page here, a logout on the footer itself. So back to footer, and let me put the sign up, this shop, terms and conditions. I can put logout somewhere. And let me grab this link and put it here. So let's do logout. Okay, cool. That way we can see what's going on. So now if I click logout, you see here it shows me the name. That is great. Now if I click logout, and I've logged out, but let me try and go to the home page now. And you see it shows me login. So if I click, oh my God. Okay, good. Now let's do the add to cart thing. So we'll start here on the home page so that the add to cart can actually work. So we're going to use Ajax here because we don't want to redirect the user when we are adding to the cart. We just want them to get a message that we've added that to the cart. So I'm going to go to home. Let me close all files for now. Let me go to the home view. And I'm looking for every instance of add to cart. I want to replace the underscore with space like that. Okay, great. So every instance of add to cart has to have a reference to Ajax. So let's do this. So what I'll do is on the button itself, I want to put an on-click listener. So I'll do on-click. In that one, we'll say cart.add. That's what we're going to do. Okay, this just makes more sense instead of putting functions like add to cart with underscores and all that. So cart.add is better. So, but we need to know what we are adding here. And also, we need to be able to add the products first. So I think I'm jumping the gun here a little bit. So what we should do is we should probably first add products to the list. Okay, so in order to do that, we need the admin page. So let's create an admin page. So in the one of these drop downs here in the footer, I will put one page, which is admin. So let's try here and just put admin right there. And I'll put my root as always and just say do/admin like that. Okay. So back here, let's refresh. There we go. But before we can make that work, let's go to admin. Let me click there, and then here we are. So we need an admin controller, which we already have. No, we don't get it. So let's copy from the home controller. Right click, new, let's paste, and this one is the admin controller. So let's do that. Okay, great. Save it, capital A, admin.php. Very nice indeed. Now, the admin controller is a little bit different because it just doesn't have one page, it has several pages. So we're going to use those pages right here. Now also, instead of admin here, we want to go to the dashboard instead. On this one, we'll call this one an admin dashboard. So I want to put these guys in a separate folder. So I'll put admin/dashboard, just so we are a bit more organized. So in the views panel, I'll create a new folder and call it admin. So I can put all the admin views there. So admin page is here, summary page. These guys are not part of the admin, but add product kind of is. So let me open this views folder. So what I want to do is move the admin page and the add products page into the admin view, because those go to the admin section. Okay. Awesomeness. All right, now I want to be able to load the dashboard. So let's open the admin page and see what's going on. So here, admin page, for now, I'll put it on dashboard. That's what I'll call it. So I'm going to click on, this is the views page. So I'll grab the index.html. So copy all of that, right click on the admin folder and then say new file, paste here, save. I'll save this one as dashboard.view.php. Okay, awesomeness. Now, of course, we're going to need different headers and footers, but before we do that, let me just grab here. I'll just say admin and then do that and say app name as well. We don't need the description and all that for SEO. This is the admin section, so it doesn't really matter. So this is great, but let's do the linking as well. So here I'm going to link this to root and then assets. Then we're going to have the admin page slash what will we have here? Dashboard, yeah? Dashboard slash like this. So we need to make sure that the assets here are in this page, admin dashboard assets. So let's change inside the assets. This is the admin, so I'll right click and rename it to admin. Okay, so there we go. So inside admin, we want to find dashboard. So let me right click and open this folder. So in here, I will add a dashboard page, then move everything over. The assets especially. We don't need these two because we just need the CSS in here. So I'll delete that. Come into here and we have that. So that actually works now. So if I refresh, this is what I get. So clearly the HTML works, but not the CSS file. So something weird. So let's just try to follow the path. So root is up to public. Then we have assets, that's great. We have admin, that's great. We have dashboard, that's great. Inside we should have assets and we should have images and then image 57. Okay, looks like things are correct. So let me grab this up to here. I think the only thing is I haven't added it to every other link yet. So let's do that. So I'm going to select all instances of assets and paste that like so. So let's come back here and refresh. And there we go. So things are looking up now, which is good. Okay. So now on the dashboard itself, just the dashboard, we don't need the users thing or the orders thing here. So we have to delete these, but we need to leave a copy of this. So I'm just going to leave a copy of the view, the admin view itself, the dashboard view. Where is that? This one. dashboard.view.php. So let me open containing folder. I just want to make a copy of this so I can always have something to go back to. So I just copied and pasted back in here. Okay, so where are we? There we go. Okay, now I want to have a header and a footer for these guys that is separate, right? Just like we did with everything else. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll grab this whole part up to here, posts, let's see, dashboard. Where is this? Okay, so where the dashboard starts, this is the part I want to leave up to here, up to pages. Wait a second. I want this menu to not keep repeating itself. How do I do this now? Okay, so dashboard, this container here is the main content. So which means everything else before this is the header. So let me cut all of this. Right in the admin folder, right there. Let me close that. Right in the admin folder, I'll right click and say new file, paste and save. This one is the admin.header.view.php. Okay, so let me save it like that. Then let me go back to the dashboard view again. Let me click on this div to see where it ends. And it ends around, where does it end? About there. So this div does not exist here. So let me cut all of these here that do not exist. And let's create a footer. So right click in the admin, new, paste and save. This one will be footer. So admin footer. .view.php. Okay, great. Then dashboard remains like this, and I can grab all of these guys, shift them over like so. Then at the top there, I'll put PHP and say this view, close that, and the view will be admin.header. Copy that. Let's go down here. Then admin.footer. Save. Steve. Okay, so let's see. This should work as intended. Let's try it out. Okay, things not working so well. Why is that? Let's see here. Admin header, what's wrong with this? View, admin view. Oh, okay, dashboard view, admin. Okay, so what's going on? It's like the page is not loading. It says view file not found. Okay. Oh, that's because it's in the admin folder. So I forgot that part. So admin slash. Sorry about that. Okay, that should work now. Okay, very good. Now we want to get rid of this down here. And so I want to copy everything that's here into the copy version so that I can keep a copy. Select all, paste. Then come back to the original. And what can I do now about this? Also, the folder that contained the admin original content, we can delete that. So delete. Okay, great. Now the only thing is I want, actually the advantage in here is that the CSS file is the same. So This is fine. Okay, cool. Okay, so in the admin view, I want to remove everything up to pages here, everything down here from users. So let me find users. Users is right here. So I'm just going to grab everything, remove all that table stuff up to end of table, like so. Just make sure that I haven't deleted an opening div without deleting the closing of it. So there we go. Now we have these guys here, which is nice. Then let's look at the menu here. So menu is right here. Actually, this should have been dashboard there. So let's try that. Let's go to the header. Where it says menu, let's change that to dashboard. So I'm going to have to change to put a links here. So root/admin, like that. Okay, so let's grab that. Let's do the same for these guys here. Paste. But we need to add other things here. So / maybe users. So this one is just admin. This one is admin/users. This one is admin/ we don't have posts, we have products. And then here we have logout, just goes directly to logout here. Doesn't have to go to the admin. Okay, so, and let's change that to products as well. Actually, I want this to be different. I think this one should be bag heart. Let's see if that will work. I don't know. There we go. So that's better. So we have these links. That's good. If I click on this one, it takes me here. Users/users, products/products, logout. See that? Great. So let's log in and let's go to the admin section by clicking admin. Now, the important thing is we should, first of all, when I say / here, we should see that reflected there. So whatever is in here, we reflect there. So how do we do this now here? So I want to go to the header, and in the header, I want to be able to grab this item from here. Now that is inside the URL string. So what I'll do is I'll do this. I'll say PHP. Okay, so this is in the header section. Wait a second. So I'll call it a section. So say section is equal to, and I will use the URL function, which exists in the functions page. So let's try and find it. URL. So there it is, function URL. So you can check it out to see how it works. But here I just need to grab, the first item is 0, second item is 1. So I know the first item is admin, but the second one is what section we are on. But if it doesn't exist, then we will call the section dashboard with a small letter D, like so. Actually, maybe we can capitalize it, or small letter is fine. So we either get that one item or we get dashboard, which is nice. Then we can use the word section here to tell us where we are. So there's section there, and wait a second. If I go to dashboard view here, there's this part that shows us what we are on. So I want this part as part of the, let me cut this out. So this is one div we're removing here. This one has an opening and closing, but this one, so we need to remove the closing div of this as well at the bottom. So I'll cut this out, come back to the header, admin header, and put it right at the end here, like so. Okay. Then I will use section here. Now, before I forget, let me go back to the view here and get the closing div tag right there. So it should be right above the footer. So let's go to the footer. Let me just duplicate that and call it a day. Okay, so close that. Now in the header, I want this to display what section we are on. So I'll do section like this and close it. But I want it to capitalize, so I'll say UC first, just the first letter, like that. Okay. So if I now refresh, you see it says dashboard there, which is awesome. I haven't saved this one. That's why it's doubled up. So let me save the things I've deleted in here, in the dashboard view. So back here, refresh, and there we go. So we have dashboard. Oh, there's a fighter jet coming through. Oh, quite loud. Okay, so if I click on users, you'll see it says users there, products says products. So that's why I was doing that, so we can do this. Okay, and then we need to load the correct page when we do that. So what I'll do is now, or is this dashboard view? That view here. Okay, interesting here. Anyway, does not matter. So what we'll do is we'll go to admin controller and we're going to duplicate this. Actually, we didn't need to do all that. This could have happened automatically here. Anyway, it's fine. So we want to make several functions in the admin controller so that depending on, this is automatic. If I'm on admin and then I click users, it should take me to the users users function instead. So let me change this to users and let me change the other one to products, like so. Okay, so then we can load very different pages here. So this one will be users, this one will be products, like that. Okay, then let's make sure those views exist. So I'll come back to the copy of the dashboard view. Same way I have dashboard view here, but I have a copy as well. So what I'm going to do here is I have to remove this from the copy anyway. So I'll remove this part and remove its closing as well, like so. Okay, great. But I'll copy everything from the copy, create a new view, paste, save. I'll call this one users. Users.view.php. Now, if I want to differentiate that this is the admin version, I'll just admin.users.view. Okay, good. So with this now, let me also copy this to products as well. Let me right click, new file, paste, save. Just like I've saved users. Where is this admin.users? I'll save admin.products, like that. Okay, so let's go back to the users view here. I know admins 1000. Okay, so this section here is not required, so I'll delete it. I just need the user section, this table, and where it ends. So where does that table end? Right there. So everything else down here is useless. So delete, like so. Okay, cool. Let me go to the products version now. Also, I will remove the first part of this. And also this users part as well, which ends about here. This previous page and next page, maybe not. Let me delete that. So this one is orders, but let's try and save it as products. So I forgot orders as well. So let me select everything, copy, right click in admin, paste. Let me rename it to orders. right? And save it as well. Instead of products, it's admin.orders.view. Okay, so with that in mind, we should have everything we need. Now I can delete the dashboard view copy delete file. Let me come back here and refresh. So admin users, so it says view file not found. Why is that? What have I named it? Admin users view. Okay, great. So let's go back to the admin controller. Let's see why these are not found. So there's dashboard here. This is their thing. I didn't do ... Okay, let me rename them. So instead of having, I should just name them like dashboard. So let me rename this. Let's remove the admin part. Same as products. Same as orders. So I think that's better to reduce the name lengths anyway. So refresh, there we go. So we have users. Oh, I forgot that these guys also have these things here. So let me remove the names they tend to have there. Same as users. Let's remove that. Otherwise we are doubling down. Okay, so we have users. We have dashboard. We have users. We have products. Oops. I clicked too quickly. There we go. Let's go to the admin back again. Okay, there we go. So I need in the dashboard header, in the admin header, I need to add one more here. Let me duplicate this. And this one is orders. Okay, like so. Alrighty then. Now you can change the icon to something else. Just go through the Bootstrap icons and see which one kind of works. Let's see orders here. Maybe there's one called cart. There should be one like that, I guess. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so everything seems fine. We can click on the dashboard, users, products, orders. Things are looking up. So only thing now that remains is to actually put values here, which we will do. But for now, I want us to just be able to add products. But before that, we need security here. And we need to use our actual name there. So let's try and use our actual name. So let's see here. There's Mary Jane there, but the same way we did in the header, where is that? So we don't have to retype and repeat ourselves. We did this already. So I'm just going to copy this entire section here, copy that, come back to header, and let's add it here. We don't need a break tag here. This was an issue with, oh, there we go. So we have that. We just need the text there. So not the image. So what's this? Okay, so I need to, what to do here? So let me move this up here before the image like that, so I don't disturb the CS, the flow of the HTML. And then here we don't need to put an else to put login here, because you won't see the admin section anyway if you're not logged in. So this is fine, and it's going to echo whatever you have. So let's delete this. This is useless now. But the image in here, let me grab the source and replace that source over there like so. Then I can delete this one from in here like that. So let's see how that works, and there we go. Very cool. What's going on here? I think this div here is not required. The div here is not required. All right, so let's see. Much better. So we don't have an image there yet, so we have a placeholder. Very cool. Okay, things are working well. Let's go to the products section and try to add some products here. So we first need a button here. Those are things I didn't think of creating. We should have added the add new button, etc., etc. But no problem. You can always style those in your own time to your liking. So here I'll just put the add new button. So let me go here. Where is the products view? Right there. So right after the product name, which is right here, I'm just going to put a button and say add new, like so. And this is just going to go to a link. Let's see here. Cut that and put it down here, like so. Let me move it in. So let's put a root. And we are going to admin/products/add, like that. Okay, cool. So let's refresh, and there is a button right there. Now you can put some styles, obviously, so you should do that. Style these things so they look better. So I'm going to click add here, and we have /add at the end, but it doesn't do anything because we are still in the same place. So we just need to know how to deal with that. So let's go to where can we do this? Maybe in the admin header, because the header is always there. So the same way we're grabbing section, we can grab an action. We just call it action. Can call it anything. Action is number 2 because it's admin is 0, products is 1, and that is number 2. So whatever is there is the action we are taking. The default action is view, like so. So now let's go back to products. Then here we can just say if the view is equal to this, and let's do this, blah blah blah. So let's try that. So say if action is equal to add, like that, then we're going to do some adding stuff. So let me duplicate this a few times. There's add, edit, and delete, like so. And then there's an else. So let me do it like this. Okay, so here we'll put the else, which leads us here. And here we have else if, and else if here as well. So that's edit, and this is delete. So that it only shows a specific view depending on what you're doing. And then down here, we will put our end if, like that. Okay, very, very cool. So add here is where we're now going to add our page. Now I think things might not go very well for our page because it's an isolated page, and now here we have a header, but that's fine. So what's happening here now is if I refresh the page and define variable action, okay, so it doesn't know what action is, right? Interesting. And this is because it's in the header view here. So which means okay, you know what, this is the wrong place to have done this. This is the wrong place. So what I would do is I'll copy these two guys. Let me remove action. I will leave this simply because it's doing something here, but otherwise this is not the right place. The right place is the admin controller. So if I am in here in users or products, for example, I can do this. We don't need to know the section because we're already in it. So let me remove that. But the action we may need to know. Now, instead of just saying action like this, because I want to use it later, actually I may want to use it here as well. So I'll just put two versions of it. One that I'll send to data and one that will stay here. So doing this action equals just makes sure that whatever is at the end is put in all of these guys. So then I can just send data down their road like so. So let's come back. This should solve the problem, and there we go. So now if I go to the products page, where is it? Products view. Now here we can do some add product. Now instead of just doing that, let's just paste. We already have a page like that, which is add product page right there. So in the public view assets, click the HTML there. Now I just want the form at this point, so I just grab this and copy the form, and let's go to products view and paste right about there like so. Okay, so if I come back, this is what I'll see. Not very nice now, is it? No. That's because all our CSS is lost. So what I'll do is I'll put style here so I can pull in my CSS. And look at these classes. Now there's class 1, which could be repeated on some other things, right? So I don't want to risk it there. But this is class 1 to class 11, right? Class 1 to 11. So what I'll do is I'll go to the assets folder in the add product page. I'll go to the assets folder, and what to do here? We don't need the images, the fonts, these are the same. So I just want the CSS file. So click on style.css and get all these classes that were used to create it. So I will copy them, come back to products view and paste them in here instead. So I'll move them like this. All right, so that we have our styles right here. Now, what you could do is create another CSS file which you can import. That can work as well. That way you don't have to repeatedly see this. I think actually that's a better idea. So what we'll do is, let me remove this. So what I'll do is I'll go to the view, the public assets, right? And then inside the admin section, I'll right click on this one, new file, or rename, add dash product. Let's rename it. Okay, the rename has failed, probably because we something open here, which is this one. So let's close all that, rename again, add product. Okay, now it has worked. So in here, I want the assets, wait, CSS. Actually, you know what? I just need to change the names of the classes. This is all. That's all I need to do. So I'll just grab every reference of class here and name it add underscore product, and then leave the rest. Then come back to products view here. Since those classes were referencing these ones, I want to copy this again. Select all of these classes that came with this one. Don't overshoot. Just make sure we end here. And we're going to call this add underscore product underscore whatever number it is. Now we need a link to that CSS file. So we'll do link. So the href will go to root, obviously. And then we'll do assets. Now this one is in assets, add product. It's not in the admin. Add dash product. So just make sure the link goes to the appropriate file. Assets slash CSS slash styles.css. Okay, so you can put these files anywhere, really, it doesn't matter. But we don't need the HTML anymore in this add product thingy. So I'll delete that, and also I'll delete the readme file. Okay, so back here, if I now refresh, things are looking better. So now there's an image here that isn't referencing any valid image. So what we'll do instead is we'll use the get image function and close that. And then here we'll just put an empty like that. Okay, so there we go. No image available. Great. So this is all good. The height of this is a little bit low, but you can always adjust the CSS file. Where is the CSS file? Assets, style. We don't need anything for the body here, so I'll remove these guys. We don't need the font. Everything here at the top is already repeated, so we can remove that from our styles. And then where does it specify height? Let me look for all heights. Yeah, I think it's this one. So I'll change that to a 7, just so we add 100 pixels more. And there we go. That was a bit much though. So maybe 640, something like that. Yeah, that looks better. Okay, so now we have create, we have console. Console should take us back to where we came from. So let's go to orders view again. Wait, products view, sorry. And we're looking at the console button right here. So this one should have a type, so it doesn't submit, should have a type of button. And then let's put an A tag. Root. So in this A tag, we go back to admin/products. Then this should wrap this thing around like so, and let's push it in. This other one should submit. Okay, good. Okay, so once we submit, we are good. And make sure on the form you have this part, encoding multi-part data. Otherwise, you won't be able to upload images. Now, when we click on the browse button, where is the browse button? This input, okay? Whatever we put here should appear in the image tag there. So let's add a bit of some scripting. So JavaScript comes to the rescue. Let's create a function which says display_image like so. So just a simple function to do this. So here what we want is when this changes the input in here. So we'll do on change, we run a function called display_image. But what we supply the actual file, which is inside this .files0 like that. So this refers to the input, and then the input has a property called files, and it's an array. So we are getting the first item from that array. So just one file. And this is what we are supplying to this function. So we'll call it file. So what we want to do is we can grab this item here by saying this and comma like that. So this will send this item, and then this .files will send the file. So here is the element, and then here the file. So I need the element because I want to grab its parent and then grab the image from its parent. So what I'll do is this, I'll say image tag, we'll say let img is going to be equal to element dot parent node, which is now this div right here, and I want to search for an image tag in this div. So I'll say parent node dot query selector to select something from within it, and then I'll look for img like that, any image tag, the first one you find. Since there's only one in there, so that's fine. Then we'll say image.source is equal to that file. Now the problem is a file is a blob, So we need to convert it using the URL class. We say URL.create object URL like this. Okay, something like that. So let's try and see how this works. I'll refresh and click on browse and then put an image, and there it is. Now we don't even need to see this thing. What we can do instead is put a label here. I'll do that, and closing label function here. Now the label acts like when you click on the label, it will click everything within it. So it's as good as clicking the whole thing. So here, if I do this, watch this, let me refresh. If I click now on this, it actually opens that on the image itself. So now I can make this go away by just putting a style. So on this, I'll just say style, display, none. So now we don't see the input at all. So now we can click on this. Also, let's put a cursor on the image. Where is this? We'll say cursor, pointer. Okay. So now if I click on that, I can actually add an image. There we go. Look at that. Also, I can cancel and click add new and so on. So things are looking up. So now let's look at posting what we have done here. All right, so we need to be able to submit here. So I'll click add new. Let's give these guys some names here. So back here, the product name is, let's try and match these with, oh, we haven't created a table yet, so that's fine. So we're just going to call it name, and this one will be description. And then we'll have quantity. We just do QTY, and the price as well. Okay, so this is great, but we need the old value thingy as well here. So do value old value, and then here we have name, like so. Copy that and do paste and paste. Description, price, and then quantity, so QTY. Okay, there we go. Very good, very good. Okay, so with this now, we need to check if the action is add, then we see if something was posted, and then we do something with it. So we can copy what we already have in the sign up page, right? So this part right here, we can get all of this. Actually, let me grab this up to here. So let's go to the admin section, and in the product section right here, we'll do this. We'll paste that there like so. And now instead of user, we're going to have to use product instead of user. So let me select every part that says user and just change it to product. Even this one here, product, because we're going to create a product model. Request, that's fine. Everything else remains as it should. So validation complete. Once the validation is complete, we grab that. We don't need a password here. We may need to add a date. If you want to add a date when the product was added, that's up to you. But in this case, maybe not. Let's remove the row. What else do we need to add? Not really. Then we say product insert and message. Let's put a message here and say product added successfully. Like so. Okay, and then we redirect to the admin/products page. Otherwise, we'll set the errors, and then this loads the products page. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Wait a second. Okay, this is great. So now I'll copy this action here because we only want this to happen on the action state here. So I'm going to say if action is equal to add, this is only when this should occur. So let me duplicate that and push that in and remove this one. Okay, so good. Then we're going to have another else if for when product is edit and for when product is delete, like so. So that one is for edit, this one is for delete, like that. Okay, cool. Now this message needs to be shown somewhere, and we want to show it right above the, now this is entirely up to you. We'll put this in the header, and just before the title, maybe we can show a message here. So I'll put a div there, and what I'll do is, let me just copy what's on the sign up page. So I'll go to sign up, this part that says please fix the errors, I'll copy this, come back to admin header, and I will paste it there. So you can always edit it, change its color, background color to green or something. Then here we put a message. So here we'll put a question if message. So there's a function we created called message. So we just check to see if there's a message in there. Actually, we just check if not empty message, like that. And then once we have that, we echo the message here. So if there's a message in there, echo, and then we'll put empty message here and put true there to tell it to delete the message. Now, if you want to check what the this function, how the function is created, just go into functions, and there is a message function, which is right here. Clear is equal to false message. So you can go through it and see how that works. So it adds and displays messages. So here we'll display a message if it exists. So I'll copy this as well and take it to my login page, because once in a while I will want to show some messages here. So I'll do that as well. Great. Now, before we even save that data, we need some security. We need to know that the user is logged into the admin section before doing anything. So let's go to admin here, and right above the top here, if a user is not logged in, they should be removed. So here, actually this won't work. Let's do use core session, also request, and also product. Now product will be in the models model workspace. So there we go. So request session, like that. Okay, so once we load this, we can just do a check real quick and say if session is logged in, like that. Then we do a redirect. So we just say redirect. Actually, we may want to put a message there. So let me put the curly braces. So I'll just say message. Please log in as admin. And let's redirect after that to the login page. So that's if I'm not logged in. Now we need the product class as well. So let's just copy the user class for now and go models, new, paste, save. Let's name it product, capital P. Let's go up here and change its name to product. Like that. And the table name, it should be products. Like that. We'll change everything else later. I just want it not to throw an error when we try to load it here. So what I will do now is if I refresh, please log in as admin. Okay, great. So now this is wrong here. It's supposed to be if not logged in, right? And also I should say if not logged in, or if you're logged in, but you're not an admin. So say sesh user is not equal to admin. But which column are we looking at? The row column. Like that. So if you are either not an admin or you are not logged in, you should be out of here. So let me go back. It should accept this one. So now it's telling me undefined variable action on line 3 in the view. Okay, so that's understandable because we didn't put action. Wait a minute, we did put action here. Data action is equal to, so what's going on? It should have gone here. This is interesting. Action is equal to data action. Yeah, action should be there. Products. What's happening? Undefined variable action. Why? This is crazy. This was working before. Why isn't it working now? If action is equal to add. Okay, I'm thoroughly confused here. But let me check. You never know. Let's go to products here. It's saying action is not known here, but how can this be? It should be known. Products, because we are loading it here. Why is that? Right. That's very weird. Let's do this and see. Add, still nothing. Undefined variable. Okay. Oh, I see what's going on. See, we're emptying data here after doing that. So, it's simple things like this that can drive you crazy when coding. So just make sure you put things in order. Data should be empty here because we were adding something and then emptying it here. So it didn't make much sense. All right, there we go. So let's cancel that. And there we go. This is good. Add new. So let's see if that will actually work. But then I want to just try and log out and then come back to the admin section and let's see what happens. So admin, I have logged out, but I'm able to go to the admin section here, which is not nice. But I can't go to the product section. Just tell me, please log in as admin. However, I am able to go to the other sections. That's because there isn't this code there. So let me just grab this and put it on all of these guys. Like so. Okay. So refresh back. So I can't go to any admin page right now. So if I type admin, I can't. So now I can try, and there we go. And now I can click on admin and everything is fine. So products. Now let's try and see if we can actually add a product. So let me come here and see. I want to copy things from the, let me actually just close everything. It's getting convoluted. Let me grab the sign up view page. I want to get these parts that have errors. In fact, let me start with this one here, the error reporting thingy. Let me go to admin and products. So right at the top here, just after, let me remove this break tag. We don't need that. This I tag can go here. Then maybe I can add this here, like so. That way we can see some errors going on there. So if I do create, please fix the errors below. Okay. Oh, so I guess we needed that break tag after all. All right. There we go. So now let me grab these guys to specify the errors themselves. So maybe if there's an error for an image here, we will see it here, like so. So this error will be inside image, and this file input will have a name of image. Oh, there's already a name there. I didn't see it. So I've copied this for, let me put that error thingy here as well. Something here. Something here. Something here. And I think that's about it. Quantity. Price. And finally, description. So there's name here as well. Name. Okay, great. Okay, we're almost there. Almost there. So let's try this again. Let me create. Please fix the errors below. None of these errors exist. Now let's go to the model itself. That's product model, and let's specify the actual columns that we need here. There's name, there's description, there's price, and what else? There's quantity, and let's see, price, quantity, description, and name. I think that's about it, unless I've forgotten something. You could put user ID to know which user actually created this post, this product, if you want. That's up to you. Same thing in here, we have to make sure there's a name, a description. So let me delete this part here. Oh wait, we also need a product slug. Okay. Actually, no, we can just use product IDs here for now. I don't want to go into slugging. Let's put product ID, that's fine. Okay, so I remove this. I just want these simple ones, and a name is required. A description is required. And what else? Let's remove terms and conditions. So there's quantity and price. These must be actual numbers. So name, description, price. We say price must be a number, like that. So we can check here and say if not is numeric, is numeric. So if it's not a number, then we do that. And same as quantity here, really. I'll just delete that, duplicate this, and let's do quantity. So say quantity must be a number. Okay, that's pretty much it. Let's try this, create, and you see those errors. A name is required, description, price must be a number, quantity must be a number. So if we manage these, it's gonna work. Also, product name, let's try a camera. Description, some kind of camera. Now here you can put a text area instead if you want. That's up to you. Text area may be much more for this, but this is just for demonstrative purposes only. So let's create. You see those errors have disappeared. Let's put a price, maybe $99. Let's create. Now this thing is lagging in the header here. So what I'll do is, let's go back to product styles. And that part where we had put 600 and something as the height, where was that? Or is it 417? I don't even remember. Where is that height? Come on, come on. Right here. So let's just remove that and leave it on auto. Okay, so if I click create, things are not looking well. We need a quantity here. So quantity, actually on quantity we can put a default value. Where is that? Price. On price we can put a default value by putting a comma and then put a value here. And then quantity, we can do exactly the same thing. Put a 0. No, put 1 as quantity. Base quantity. Yeah. So let me put 1 there. Create. Okay, so it's complaining that the table does not exist because it tried to actually load things in the table. So let's go ahead and create the table. So the int here, this is in the products model. So we'll change that to products. So here we'll put name. And then here we'll put description. Now we don't need a key for that. We don't. Description. I need more ints now. Let's look at price. Price will be a decimal. 10,2, 2 decimal places like that. The default value can be 0, not null. Then what else? Quantity. So QTY. This one is just an int. That's all it is. Default value can be 1 for quantity. And what else do we need? Maybe a user ID. So we say user underscore ID is an integer, and default, let's put 0, not null. And then key, just name. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's see here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So image is missing. Let's put that there. It's a variable character. Let me just use description If you want a very long description, just put text so you can type anything you want in there. The image, we'll use 1024 because we just put an image path there, and decimal price, blah blah blah. This is good. Also, we need to have an image there before we submit. So this is looking fine, but we missed the image. So now what I want to do is I want to use JavaScript for the image, because if we validate the image from here, it would be too late because it has to upload and check the image and so on. But we can do a preliminary check right here. So let's put just a bit of some scripting. So I'll put a script here and say function. Actually, let's do say let image added is equal to false. Let's use var. So this would tell us whether an image was added or not. So if we try to submit without an image, then we should run a function validate. So this is just a simple validation. Here you can put all the validation stuff that you want. So we'll bring in the form here. So we bring in the form, and what we'll do is we'll tell it that on submit, which is this form right here. So say on submit, instead of just running around and submitting, we'll run a function called validate. And then we'll supply the form itself. So we'll say this, like so. Okay. So validate. First of all, we'll say e.prevent default. That way it does not submit. And then if things go well, we're going to say form.submit. So it actually submits. So the only thing we want to check for is if image was added. So we'll say if not image added, we'll put an alert and say please add a valid image. Alright, let's do this, and then we'll say return. Now if things go well and we don't return here, we'll submit the form instead. Okay, cool. Now how do we put image added here? It's when, right here, when an image is added, we'll say image added is equal to true. But we should first verify the file if it's a valid image. So we'll say let allowed is equal to, what are the allowed file extensions? So we'll say JPEG, JPG, PNG, WebP, maybe GIFs as well, who knows. Then we can check the file extension. So we'll say let extension is equal to the file dot name, the name of the file, dot split. So we'll split that name of the file using a dot, and then we'll get the very last split. So dot pop, the last item in whatever array we create here, we'll get the last item, and that's the file extension. So we check to say if allowed dot, I don't know whether it's contains or includes, I don't know. Let's try includes. I always get confused here. Dot includes extension dot to lowercase, just in case the file extension is uppercase. So if allowed.includes, then everything is good, right? So let me move all these in there. Okay, otherwise, let's just say image added is equal to false. And let's give them an alert and say only images of this type allowed, and then we will concatenate allowed dot to string, so we convert it to a string. All right, looks so complex, right? Let's test it out. So let me refresh the page. Let me try and submit. So that didn't work. It's supposed to check before submitting. So let's inspect the console. No errors, right? So what's going on? So reference E is not defined. Okay, my bad. Here we have to give it the event as well. So we'll say event, comma, this. So we'll grab the event and the form. So back here we'll say E, comma, form, so that we can use that to prevent the default action. Okay, that should work now. If I say create, please add a valid image. Now if I add a valid image and do that, it would show me other errors. If I try again, I should add an image. If I add an invalid image, let's try here and see. Only images of type allowed. And then if I try to submit, please add a valid image. So it's working very well. Let's make a table for the products so that they have somewhere to go. So we already have the create thing here. So all we need to do is go to the admin section and products right there. The moment we instantiate that, we can simply do this and say create underscore table, like that. Okay, so just by refreshing the page, we can have that table created. So let's go to the tables and see if it was created indeed. Oops. No, it was not. Products. Why wasn't it? Okay. Oh, that's because it's not submitting. So let's add an image just to be sure it submits. Okay, there we go. So it's saying we have an error. So I'm guessing the error is in the create table query. So that's because of the comma at the end there. So let's try this again. And there we go. So now we have another table here, products table, right there. And there we go. Okay, very cool. So now we can remove that and let's let it submit this time. If everything is good, we submit. So validate, post, insert, great. But we have to also grab the image if it exists. So let me go to functions here. I want to see if we do have a function that does this already. Uploading images. No, we do not. Okay, that's fine. We can create one. So we only upload the file if everything went well. So if I go to the request model, let's see here. I want to see, okay, so we have files there that grabs what's in the files. Okay, that's fine. So what I want to do is make sure we include the image if all validation went well. So here I'm just going to say if request files. So I want to grab everything from files. So I'll just do this. Let me set this to a variable. Okay. Oh, let's just say file like that. So there is our file. Now, if it's not empty, if not empty, file, and it's an array actually. So we are calling it image, that's the name there. So if not empty, file image, and then name like that. So if that's not empty, then let's do something about it. So we'll say move uploaded file. So let's grab the file name. The file name comes from here. TMP name, because the files, just like there's a post variable, there's a files variable that gets all the files that you post, and it comes with name, error, temp name. I've covered this before in other tutorials. And then here we can put a destination finally. So the file destination will be equal to, let's create a folder in case it does not exist. So we'll just say folder is equal to uploads. And then we'll ask if the file exists, folder. So if the folder does not exist, let's create it. Now on certain systems, it may not allow you to do this. So just make sure you actually create the uploads folder in the public folder there, just so it's always there and got the right permissions. So this is for the permissions. This is recursive folder creation, which we don't really need now, but we just leave it there. And once we make the directory, we are sure it exists. So the destination is obviously part of the folder, so folder. And then here we're just going to add the name of the image. So just that file image name, like so. So that's the destination of the file. So then we could resize the file. At this point, we can say something like image class is equal to new core image. Now I'm not sure if it's in the core class, so it's in the model class actually. And then there's this function called resize, which we are going to use. So it's in the model, and then we're just going to say image class resize, and we resize the destination, comma, number of pixels 1000 as the maximum. Okay, great, that is good. So once we move it and resize it, the now destination becomes image. So we can just say image, where is this here? We have this array here that we create, but we want to add extra things to it. So what I'll do is I'll move this part above this section here. So I'll do this. That way we can add something to the array in the middle here before we do an insert. So instead of destination, what we could do is just say image, and I'll put that inside the array like so, and say image like that. Okay, great. So that way it's already in there and it will be added to the insert there. So product added successfully, that's great. And yep, let's give it a shot, shall we? So back here, click to add an image of a product. So let's say headphones, like so, and some headphones. The price could be 0. Let's put $99. Quantity maybe 100. And let's create. And as you can see, product added successfully written up there, which is awesome. But we can't see the product here yet. Let's check the table and see. And there it is. The image also uploaded. We can check to confirm if the image was uploaded by seeing the public folder to make sure it has. Oh no, doesn't seem to have worked at all, because we need to see a uploads folder here somewhere. Doesn't seem like it moved the uploaded file from temp to array image, which is inside the folder and connected to file image name. So where is it then? So the folder, right. I should have put if file not exists. Okay. So no biggie. Let's just add another image, another product here. Now we want to be able to read this product section here and get some actual products from there. Now this happens in the, we are not in the add section, we are in the view section. So there's else if, but let's put an else at the end here that just does read all the rows from the table. So all you need to do now is to just grab the product class and then use the where function to get all products. In fact, we can use the find all, since we just need all of them like that. So that's rows there. So we'll copy that. So if we wanted to go in there, we have to put it inside data like so. Okay, that's great. Then I can go to my products view section in the else department here where we have this table. So let me do this, reduce. So this is a product ID. I'll just leave that like so. Maybe I'll say ID number. Set of customer name is product name. And then we can have a description. Now this is questionable. Sometimes you don't need a description because the description could be long, could be an article long, so that wouldn't be nice to show it there. So instead we'll have to show the price, maybe the quantity first. So let's put that here, QTY. Also, we might want to put the image here. So image somewhere there, product price, and we don't care whether it's, let's see, what else are we missing? Image, price, quantity. That's really it. So I will remove the remainder of these guys like so. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1 here. So here what I want to put is echo out what's inside row. We're going to use row and ID like so. Then I'll grab that, put it here. I don't need the break tag. This one is inside product name. And sometimes you may need to escape this for HTML. So let's use the escape function we created in the functions page. And then here we have price, I think, or is it quantity that comes first? And then price. Let's see here, like so. And then we can remove the rest like that. We don't need the other rows at all, so I will delete them. Now we just need to loop through these guys. So I'm just going to say PHP if not empty rows like that. And then let's do an end if here, like so. Alrighty then, this should be great. Let's refresh. Okay, we have something that looks okay, but it doesn't know what row is, which is my bad. Let me duplicate these two guys, move them in. I need to put a for each loop here, and I forgot. So for each, like so, and then we'll say rows as row, like that. Very good, so that it can loop through the products. And there we go. So product, oh, I forgot image on this thing. So after ID, let's put image. Here I'm just going to say get image, like so, and put the image part right there, close it, like so. That should work. There we go. Now, what's going on here? HTTP images, no image JPEG. What's going on? Get image. This is weird. Why is it like this? Let me see what it saved. It saved that. So, oh, wait a minute. I'm supposed to put this in an image tag. My bad. So there we go. Like that. Okay. Then let's do some styles. Width 100 pixels, height 100 pixels, object fit, cover, like that. All right. And there we go. So it doesn't have an image, that's fine. Let's make one more. We need one last column here for edit and delete, so we can edit and delete this, but we won't do that now. For now, we just want to be able to add to the cart and then go to the checkout, because that's more important. But let's add that extra tab. So here I'm going to duplicate this. Let me move that. This won't work well. Let's duplicate here. All right, so this one I'll call it action. And then in there, let's see what we got. Why did this have a class of its own? So in here, I'm just going to put two buttons. So the first one is edit, and the next one is delete. Oops. All right, so these will have links, of course, and the links will be, we always add root, and this is in the admin section, in the product section, and then edit. But then when editing, you need to know what you are editing. So we will use the ID, like so, as that identifier. So I'll copy that, put it here, copy everything here because it's the same except for the word edit, which we will change to delete. Like that. All right, so that does it here. So let me refresh. And there we go. So we have an edit and delete button. So we will make a simple class for buttons so they look a little bit better. But for now, I just want to add a few products so that we have something to show on the front page. So let me click here a little bit. Let's see what we can add. Let's see here, we're just going to say coffee. Some great coffee. Price, maybe, I don't know, just to randomize this. Quantity 99, create, there we go. Let's add one more. What do we got here? What do we got? There's headphones, there's a camera. Let's add a camera. So we say my camera, description, a good camera. And let's put quantity just 100 as well, create. Okay, so as you can see here, we have quite a few products which we can show on the home page, which is awesome. Now let's go to the home page and try to show that. So I'm going to go to where is this? I should have added something here to take me to the home page, right? Let's do that real quick. So I'm going to go to the admin header, and right before logout, I think I'll just duplicate the logout side here, and then change this previous one to front end. That way we can easily click to go to the front end. This one, I think there's a globe. I don't know if that's actually a valid class, but here I just need to remove the logout or anything. It's just root like so. So let me refresh. Oh, it's actually there. So if I click on that now, I'm taken to the home page, which is very nice. So from this now, we can begin to add to the cart. But first, let's display these. Let's display the products. Yes, that's what I was going for. So in the admin section here, there's a query that we're using to grab the these items, the products. Now, one thing to keep in mind is that we can actually alter how many products we load in the table by doing product and then just saying something like, by the way, I'm getting this from, if we go to the model.php, if I open that, as you can see here, it has limit, it has offset, it has order by column and order type. So you can change all these params. Limit will determine how many items you show there. So you can say something like limit is equal to 20. That will change how many items you show. And then the offset is for pagination, so it can skip a page over. So we're going to see how to use pagination as well. So for now it loads 10, which is fine. So let me just copy this, save that. Let's go to the home page here. So I'm going to go to the home controller, and just right here I will do this, and with home I will put data over there like so to send this data to the view page, and then go to the view page now. So I'm going to go to home view. Oh, this is for the shop, but this seems to be where we start repeating our content. As you can see, it's the same class name, so this is the same content over and over again. So let's delete, make sure to get the opening and closing tag of each product here, and do not miss or do not delete extra divs here, just to be careful. Make sure each div has an opening and then closing for it. So this one looks great. So right here, what we're going to do is put some PHP tags to just say, if not empty, it's not empty is rows. So if we do have some rows, then that's good news. Let's put some PHP there and say, and if as well. Now you could put an else here so that it can write no content found. If no content was found, that's up to you. You do it like this, no content found. Then you can add some styles to this as you wish. I just think we'll need some padding, at least 10 pixels, and text align center. Like so. All right, great. So this is good, but then if it works, let's duplicate that and duplicate this, push them in and do a for each loop instead. So for each, and this one I'll say end for each. It should be a semicolon, not a full colon there. So for each rows as a single row. So as row. Now we can use excuse me. Now we can use row in here. So let's see here. What can we do? First of all, we can show an image. So let me use the get image here because it's very convenient. In case there's no image, it will show no image. So that's why we use that instead. And then product name over here. We will use the escape function as well. So there, name, and let's close that. And then in the same way, we will put a price here, like so, and say, we don't need the escape here, but why not? Price. Okay, great. So then we can say cart.add because we want to add to cart. Now this is JavaScript, so we will need to create some JavaScript for that to work. So here, the thing that we're going to need the most is just the user's this item's ID. So let's do that. We'll put let me remove the escape from there, and this one we just need the ID, like so. So since it's a number, this is fine, but you can put single quotes there if it's text, if it's a string. So we'll just put the quotes there. So what I want to do here is when I click on this button, it sends this information to the cart. Now the reason I've written cart.add is because I'm going to make an object named cart, and then it will have an add function in there. So that's why I've done it this way. It's more organized like this than having to say add underscore to cart as a function like that. So what I'm going to do now is put some scripting tags here so we can add some JavaScript. So here we'll have an object, like I said, named cart. So we'll say cart is equal to, and to make an object we do this, and just like that, that's an object. But we need to put things inside this object, so I'm going to do this, give us some space. So right now it's an empty object, but with objects we can add anything in there, including functions. So let me add one function called add. I'll do this and put a full colon, because you see with an object you add the key name of that and then full colon and then the value. So here I can say add is equal to something like that, right? And then I'll put a comma and say Joe is equal to another thing, something like that, and then I'll keep going, put a comma. But in this case, what we're doing is we want to put functions instead of just normal strings as values. So I can put a function as a value, say function, and do that, and even put open and closing brackets like that. But never forget the comma here, because this is still just an object. So I'll do this to give me space to add things to the function, but don't forget the comma. Then you can add more stuff down here. For example, we will need to send some data. So I'll do send data like that and create a function as well, like so. And don't forget the comma there. So you can leave a comma at the end, no problem. It's easier to add more stuff when there's already a comma there. It's easy to forget those commas and get errors instead. So here we're expecting an ID, of course. When we send data, we'll be expecting an object, which we'll create like that. So in order to send data, we have to create an Ajax object. Let's use var so that it's available for longer. So say Ajax is equal to new XML HTTP request. So no, we're not going to use the fetch function because it's limited at this point. It's not as robust as this. So some things you can't do. For example, you can't see the progress of your upload if you wanted to. So I'd rather use this. So to send something, we say ajax.send, but we need to open that port first, like so, and then we'll do ajax.send like that to actually send the item. So whatever item we are going to send here probably will be a form. I'm going to call it my form. We'll create an artificial form here. Here it will ask what method we're using, and that's post, and also what page are we sending this to. Now it's always better to send to just one page, keeps things organized. So let's use some PHP in there and create a page we can send to. So we'll say root like that, and then /Ajax. That's just what we're going to call it. You can call that page anything you want. Put true there for async sending of data, so the user interface does not freeze while data is being sent. So now the reason why this PHP will work inside JavaScript is because by the time this code gets to your browser where the JavaScript works, PHP would have been done by then, and it would have replaced this with some actual text. So by the time JavaScript is getting this, there will be actual data here instead of this variable. So from its perspective, it won't even know there was a variable here. All right, so that's how we send data like that. And then if you want to listen for a response, which we do in this case because we want to know when the thing is done, so we can tell the user, okay, you've actually sent something. So we'll add an event listener like that. Yes, add event listener. Now the event listener has two params. One, what are you listening for? Here we are listening for the ready state change. Now you can listen for the load event as well. It's just as good, I think. But let's go for the ready. No capitalization there actually. This is an event, not a JavaScript object. So ready state change. So if you want, you can just do this on the load event. That's fine as well. But I haven't used that much, so I prefer what I know to have worked just fine for me. And then let's put a function that will run when we do that. So that function is right there. In that function, we'll just check to see how far the ready state is. So if the ready state, here we capitalize that S because this is a JavaScript object or property. So we'll say if ready state is equal to 4 and at the same time ajax dot status. This is the status of the page itself is equal to 200. So I've already explained this in other tutorials before, but Let's put an if statement there. So the Ajax object which we created has two things, the ready state and the status. The status is returned by the page that you access. If a page is accessed and everything went well, it will return a status of 200. If there was an error, maybe a server error, it will return maybe 500 or 300 if it was redirected. So there's a whole list of what these codes mean. You can Google that on the internet. At the same time, this Ajax object has a ready state. Now when we open like this, I think the ready state here becomes 2. When we send, it becomes 3. But when it becomes 4, it means we've received a result, and that's the only time we're interested. So if you want to figure out errors, you can just say if ready state is 4, but the status is not 200, which means there was an error or something, then you can echo an error or something or whatever. But we don't care about that. We just care when we receive a message. We're just going to say alert. And I just want to get whatever message is in there and return it. So we say ajax.response text. Yeah, we will echo out the response text, or we'll say an alert for whatever was returned. Now we need to actually send this data. Oh, by the way, I didn't create this form. So what I'll do is, let's do a temporary thing. Let my form be equal to new form data. That's how you make a form, just like that, form data. And then you add things by using the append function that is inside the form. So here I will say, for example, now I want to add things that are in the object one by one. So I will loop through the object. So I'll say for key in obj, like that, because I need the keys as well. I just don't want a loop with numbers as I or something. I want the keys that the object comes with. So that's how you loop if you want the keys as well. So in this case, I want to do my form.append. Now to append, you need to put your key there, comma, and then the value, like so. Now, luckily for us, key already contains the key, but we need that value. So the value we can get from object key, like that, whatever that key is at that time, like so. Okay, cool. So my form.append, and then put key and a value, like so, and then send. Okay, cool. That is awesome. Then here, let's actually send the data. So what data are we sending? First of all, let's create an object we can send to the send data function. So we say object is equal to, let's put an empty object in there, and then let's say obj dot, and then let's add some keys now. So data type is important. That way we know what this data should be done, what we should do to this data once we send it. This is a way to be more organized. So here I'll call this one add to cart as the data type, and then the actual data that we are sending, I'm going to send it as ID. Oops. And the ID will be equal to that ID that is given in here. And that's it, really. The data type and the ID. So we're telling it, add this to the cart, and this is the ID of that item. Okay, great. So cart.add, you can also put cart.remove as a function. So let's duplicate that. And also you can put one where you increase the quantity, decrease the quantity, but we won't do that in this video. We want to just go straight to the relevant stuff. I'll make an extra video as the last one where I put all the missing pieces together that were not so important. But here we're saying .remove, and then here we'll call this remove from cart. So these data types are up to you what you want to name them. You can make them shorter and name them something more convenient, but I think the more descriptive, the better, so that when you are editing later, you know exactly what you are doing. So we send an ID to remove from the cart. We send an ID to add to the cart. So with this, we should be good to go. Now we just need to create this page that we are sending this info to. And you know, to create a page, we just need to create a controller for it, right? So another way of doing things here would be, if I go back to, let's say, product, where is this? Where was I? That's the home view, right? Now, because we can have different functions inside the Ajax controller, we can actually put a slash here and direct this to a specific function there, maybe the add to cart function or edit to cart function. That would also keep things quite organized if you'd like. But for now, I think what we can do is, actually we can do that. Let's just do this. Let's do this to keep things more organized. I'll do /cart like that, so that it goes to the cart function. And since we are already in the cart function, we know we can reduce these guys, because we don't need to say to cart because, or from cart, because they're all going in the cart function anyway. So we can just do add and edit. But oh, actually there is a return key here for all of these. So this is actually going to work. So let me remove this. That'll keep those shorter, because we can just say add this or remove this. We know where we are adding and removing from. It's the cart, because we are in the cart function. All right, so let's go to Ajax here and create a new file. But let me copy what's in the home page, copy that, and let's go to the controller, create a new file, and this one will be the Ajax class. Now this will have no view whatsoever, so we'll remove. Let's put ajax.php. Let's remove this view thingy. We don't need that, and we don't need that either. Now this is going to go directly to the cart function. Okay, there we go. And then here we'll expect to receive some stuff, but no, actually no. We won't receive some stuff. Now, if you want to receive something in here, as usual, you can just add it here, / whatever. Anything you add here after the cart will be sent as variables. So you can add extra variables here if you want some extra information that you haven't sent in the object. But since we have this object, we don't really mind. Now, in this object, first I want to use the not this session. Actually, I do need the session is equal to new session. I do need that. I also need the request. Request. Let me use these babies here. So use core session and core request. Yeah, very good. That way they are available for use. Now what I need to do is add something to the session. Now you can add by setting something. So if you forget what these functions are, just go to the session model here and look, there's put data into the session. There's set function right there. There's also get function, get data from the session. Yeah. Also auth is logged in, user, pop, and all to get all the items from the session. Yeah. Yeah. Also, like I mentioned in the previous video, in another tutorial, you can change these per project, so that the user data is saved in a different variable, because this is a variable that saves the user data. This one saves the rest of the data that you're adding to your session. So you can edit these if you want them to save to different names, just to avoid conflicts if you have many projects in your localhost. And what else here? So get, there's a string key. mixed, and then there's all. Okay, that's fine. So what I would do is go back here. What I want to do now is to set an item in there. So I will receive an ID from the form. So I'm going to do this. I'll say if request posted. So if something was posted, that's good. Let's go ahead and figure this out. And also at the end of it all, we need to be we need to echo a message. So echo a message. Actually, let's leave that out for now. So what I want to do, if something was posted, I want to look for the data type. So I'll say data underscore type is equal to, things are inside the post variable now. That's where they are because we are sending as post. But instead of using the post variable like that, we can use the request and just say input and then look for data type. The advantage of using this is we don't need to check if it exists, because if it doesn't, it will just return an empty. So if that's what you want, that's great. That's great. So data type will be equal to that data type. And then we're expecting, let's check the data type. So if we say the data type is equal to add, then we do one thing, and else if it's equal to edit, let's do something else. So I'll copy that, put it here like that. Okay, so this one is remove. And now here, let's see, data type.add. Now how do we add to, so let's create an array first and then add things to it, and then we can add that array to, because in the array what we really need is, actually we don't need an entire array, we just need this to be an ID that we add, that's all. So here I'm going to say sesh set, because that's how we add things to the session. We put in a key and a value. That's how we do. So what is the key? The key here is, oh wait. We can also send an array here. I think adding an array is more organized. So let's create an array, an empty array like this, and just say, I'll say ID is equal to, we'll get the ID from here, from the post variable. This is how we get, and then we do ID. So we grab that ID. This way you can add more things if you wanted to. If not just an ID, you can also add the product name, for example, the description, or the price. Maybe we may need that. I don't know. So let's try. You can send the price here as well if you want. But I think for now, let's leave it with ID, because just the ID, we can use that to get the actual data from the database. So then I will set this array like so inside the session, because session, the way it is if you use the set function, it can be a key or an array. So it will check if this is just the string you've sent, then it will know it's a key and then just add your value. But then if you send an array, it will look through the array and add those items one by one to the session. So that's what we are doing here. We are sending an array. So if I had added 4 items here, they would have all been added to the session like so. Okay, so we add the ID like this. Now the reason I'm adding an array instead of directly a value is because I want this future proof. In case in future I want to add more information to the cart apart from just the ID of the item, then I can easily just add one more item here and it will be added to the array as well. So that's future proofing things. Now to remove something from the array, actually, first of all, we need to create, let's see here, I think I'm, okay, I'm missing something here. Okay, let's change things a little bit. I want these things to go inside a variable named cart. like this. That way I can easily delete all items that I've added to the cart by just deleting this one thing. So array cart like that. But before I add an item here, oh yeah, I need to know the quantity as well. So not just the ID, but the quantity of the item. Okay, so I remember that now. So array cart like this will be equal to, so let me organize things a little bit better. So let's just say the ID of the item is like this. Okay. So we get that ID. Now, if the item already exists, we have to check if the item already exists in here, and then if it does, we just increment the quantity that it has. So in order to do that, let's try and look for cart inside the session if it already exists. So we'll say sesh get, and then I want to get cart like that. Okay, so the cart will be equal to what we get from the session cart. Now, if that does not exist, it will be empty. Okay, so say if empty cart. So if the result of that is something empty, then this is the only thing in there, so we don't need to search for it. So we can simply add to the session. So here I'll get this, and let's move it up. So we will need a key here called cart to add to, and then we're adding an array there like so. And then we're adding this array there. So now what I want to do is this array here. Oh wait, if it's empty, so this is a new add. So we'll say instead of cart like this, we'll say ID and then quantity. Almost forgot that part. Since this is the first thing to be added, the quantity will be 1. So if the cart is empty, we have an ID in this array. We create an array with an ID, and then also we could use that since we haven't used it there anyway, instead of repeating ourselves. So we have an ID, we have a quantity, and then we add that item to cart as an array. Okay, cool. But what if there is stuff in there? So what we're going to do is loop through the cart to check if something of this quantity exists. So we'll say for each cart as key and value. Now the value of the cart directly is an array. So just to remind us there. So now we'll say if, okay, array ID, because there is an ID in that array we know, is equal to ID, like that. So if we do find the thing, then we'll just grab the array, we'll directly edit the cart here. So say cart and whatever key we are on right now, and then its quantity should be incremented like that, plus plus. So we are adding to the cart at this point. Now there should be a way for us to know that we actually found the item, so we don't try to add a new item later. So here we're going to create a variable called found, and we're going to set it to false. And then if we do find something, found, it should be equal to true now at this point. Yeah, great. So we put it outside the loop. Then if not found, so here we check and say if not found. So if the item wasn't found, then add a new item to the cart. So we'll do exactly what we did here, copy that and paste it here, like so. So if not found, we do that, and then we add, but we won't add to, because the cart already exists, so we'll add to this cart here. So what I'll do here is, we're not setting directly this item to the cart, no. what we will do is we'll create this array, but then add it to cart. We'll say cart, how do we add this to there? Let's see, cart empty, like that, is equal to array. Okay, yeah, that actually works. So we add one extra array item to the cart, that ID and the quantity 1. But then after all of this is done, we're going to send back the edited cart back to the session for safekeeping, right? Where is this? This is the else. So we'll put it inside here, like so. And then we'll send the cart back there, like that. Okay, so hopefully this is not too confusing. Yeah, now to remove an item from the cart, we simply need to search for it and then search for it and remove it. So here, since the ID will be used in both add and edit, blah, 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 there's always an ID there. Let's just move this above, like so. Okay, great. So now what I want to do here is set the code for the remove section. So let me copy all of this just for easier laziness, right? Let's paste there. So we've added this to the remove. So of course we want to get the cart here. We grab the cart information. Looks like this is repeated as well. So let me just move that above there, so that we don't have to repeat ourselves. Let me remove that. Okay. Now, if the cart is empty, then we can ignore the remove. So what I'll do is I'll remove all of this here and say if not empty, so that we only do this if the cart is not empty. Okay. So if not empty, let's do the found. Actually, we don't need to care whether we find it or not, because if we don't find it, then we just ignore and not remove. Then let's just do that. Remove this because we don't need to check. But here we need to look for the item. So the cart, loop through it. And then if the ID is found, then we're going to simply unset. We don't need to inform anyone that this is found. So I'm just going to say, now you can use array splice instead. Array splice is a little bit better. We can splice the key, and the reason I would rather use, instead of unsetting that, because we can just say unset whatever item it is, but the problem is we're going to leave a gap in the array, and I don't like those gaps in the array because they're but doesn't really matter. We are using the for each loop, so it's up to you. You can just say unset like this. If you're having problems, unset cart and with that key, like so, and this will work just fine. You just leave a gap there. The alternative is to say array splice. So the input is the array itself, so that's cart, and then the offset here. So it's asking you for the key, really. That's right, it is. Then you can put in the number of items to remove. That's just one item like that. But since we are using the for each loop, I think this is just fine. So we'll do unset like that. Okay, doesn't matter if the numbers are jumbled up. Now, if you rather use the unset and then you want to reset the numbers, anyway, we'll see how we can do that in future when we are in the checkout section. But for now, this is fine. So we add back the cart to this new cart that has removed an item to the cart. Now we need to echo out some results. So here, if I edit something, I'm going to echo. Whatever we echo here becomes the result. So we'll say item added successfully. So let's go here and say item removed successfully. Okay, as simple as that. All right. Very cool. Very, very cool. Now, so that we see that these items were added, what I want to do is also echo. Not just item added successfully here, I want to echo the cart itself. So I'm going to grab cart here, and actually, let me do this. I'll say JSON, because I can't echo out an array. So JSON encode, I'll say encode the array into a string. So I'll say get and then cart, like that. Okay. Great, great, great. So I'm just checking what's in the cart and echoing it out so that we can see it afterwards. Okay, awesomeness. So let's refresh this page. Hopefully everything works well, but as always, things never work out the first time. So undefined variable product on line 17. Okay, that's fair. Let's do use. Model product. Okay, so it doesn't know what product is because we didn't declare it. So we'll say product is equal to new product. Okay, that solves that. Let's see what other complaints. Okay, very good. Now we have these items here that we've added with actual numbers. So let's see if I add to the cart, what happens. So if I click add to cart, so I don't see anything at all. So I'm going to right click and inspect so that we can go to the console and see what result we got. And we didn't get any result at all. So let me click here again. Nothing. So it seems there's completely no event listener here. Let me inspect this element. Oh, look, there's an event. And it says a click event, and it's bubbling as well. So things are good. So what's going on? So let's go back to the home view here, and we want to know if we actually get to this add when we say cart.add here. Cart is here, dot add. Okay, so let me just do, oh, sorry, I forgot. I'm not connecting this send data to these guys. I'm simply creating these objects. I'm not sending them anywhere. So we'll say send data to run this send data function here, and then put that object. So that's what I forgot. But keep in mind, this send data function is inside an object. So you should always use the object to do that. Say cart.send data. Otherwise, it won't know where to find that function you are referring to. So same thing there, and we should be good to go. So let me close this for now, and let's refresh. Let me add to the cart, and as you can see, it shows me an empty, which means it went to the Ajax side, but things didn't work out as intended because it hasn't shown me any information or the echo that it has added something. So something is weird. But let's go to the Ajax part to find out. Let's find out if we got here though. Let's say echo here, because everything we echo here is returned as a result. So we should be able to see that. So click, and there it is. We have here, and then we have fatal error, uncaught, cannot access offset of type string on string. Really? It's saying line 51 is where the problem is. Where's line 51? So which means it did add something to the cart, right? So what's wrong then? Line 51, array. Let's see, array ID is equal to ID. What's happening? Oh, it's saying this is a string. Okay. So things didn't go well, I guess. So what I'll do here is, first of all, I want to see what's inside cart. So I'll do this. Let me grab actually this JSON encode from the cart and just put it right at the beginning here so that I can see what's inside the cart. So, okay, and click again. So warning, undefined variable session. Okay, so this is what's going on here. It doesn't know what session is, so wait. Oh, that's because I'm trying to access it before I create session. Oh, alrighty then. My bad. Okay, so another fatal error. Cannot access type of string on string 51, but where is JSON encode? Oh, I'm not echoing. Oh, I see. This is my bad. I should echo those things instead of just encoding them. Okay, so inside, this is what we see inside the cart. So there's ID 4 and quantity 1. Yeah, so this didn't work well. Okay, so things didn't save as an array as I would have loved to. So what I want to do is here just say session pop to delete that item, the cart. So I'll say pop, and that will delete everything in the session, and I'll just say die so that it ends there, and then run this one time and run it again. It's empty now. Okay, so that's how you clear out things in there. So what I want to do is see what went wrong here. So when we added this the first time in empty, we added an array, quantity, and then, oh yeah, so this is a problem. I see. Very interesting indeed. Okay, so I'm supposed to create an array of an array here because this is the first time we're adding this. So may not be well understood, but I'm supposed to do this. Say array is equal to, actually let's do array like this, is equal to array. So I'm putting whatever is inside array inside. I don't know if I can explain this. There's an array here with two items, ID and quantity, but I want to put them inside, deeper, one level deep. So what I'm doing is I'm grabbing the same item array, adding an item, a first item to it, and it's whatever content it had before we change it, which is these two items here. To make it easier or more readable, I could change these to array 2 like this, and then create one array that has one item in there and then add it here. So this is the same thing actually. So I want these things one array deep. So that's why I'm doing that. So I'll copy this, I'll mute that for now, and I want to echo these guys out here because I forgot to actually echo the encoded version there. And also I forgot to, let's see, here there's an else statement, and then this goes to here. So I forgot to actually put these things here. So I'll grab this. Even here, we should put item added successfully. Okay, so things are looking good. Let's start again. So add item added successfully, and true enough, there's that item here. So there's ID of 4. This is the ID of this one, and quantity of 1. Great. Now let's click again and see if the quantity will increase. And as you can see, there's ID of 4, quantity 2. If I add again, there's quantity 3 now. Now let's add a different item. So I'll click on this. Now we have two objects in there. There's ID 4 with quantity of 3 and ID 3 with quantity of 1. Let's see if we can increase that quantity again. Now it has a quantity of 2 and so on. So I can add items. Now we have a third item with quantity of 1. So things are working as intended. Now the only thing we need to do, so now I can remove these JSON encode and decode because I don't need them anymore. I just need to see item added successfully, and that's the thing. Oh wait, how do I remove things from here? Oh, we can only do that in the cart, right? So what I would do is let's go to the cart now and see what we can see. So in the cart, we have this nice table here, but it should show us what's really in the cart. So how do we do that? Let's go to the cart. Let me close all the files here for now, just to keep organized. And let me go to let's create a cart. Oh, it's already there. Look at that. So all I want now is to read from the cart. Yeah. So I can either do it from here. Better to do it from here than to do it in the view file. So here what we're gonna do is say cart like this, but I want to put it inside data so that I can easily access it from there. So I'll use capitalized like that and put data here like so. So cart is equal to, now let's get what's in the cart. So we'll use session and say get, what are we getting? Cart items. All right, so once we grab that, now we can loop through it and grab all the IDs from there, from this data cart. Now, in order to manipulate things a little bit easier, what I'll do here is I'll set this to just cart like so. And then data cart will be equal to whatever, actually I don't really need this. Let me do this. So we have our cart here. Now I want to grab all the IDs from the cart. Actually, no, I just need all the information, actually. Wait a minute. Okay, let's do a loop here. All right, let's do a loop. Let's do for each cart as key and value. Now the value in each cart is actually an array that contains an ID and a quantity. So we should keep those. But every time we go through that ID, I want to actually read from the database. So we'll get a product there. Okay. First of all, here let's do the owners. Let's use core session because we're gonna need that. Let's also use model product. We're gonna need that. Okay, so here we go. So product here, we need to create a new product because we know we're gonna use that. So product is equal to new product class. Awesome. Session as well, same thing, session. But this, I'll call it sesh as always. Okay, so that's represented just like this one here. Now here I want to get the first item I find in the database which has that ID. So I'll put ID and then here what ID, it will come from the array ID like so. So this is an array in there, so not an object. So here I'm going to say I want to replace what I find. Wait, how do I do this? How to do this? Incredible. Okay, so I'll do cart key because I want to update what's in the cart. So I'm using its own keys. And then here, this originally had this array. But in that key, I want to add one extra thing. I'll call it row, and then add whatever row I get here, like so. So what I'm doing is I'm going through the array of the cart, and then since each item has an ID and a quantity, but I'm adding an extra variable in there called row, which will contain the row of the actual product. That way we can have that information very handy. Okay, so I will keep this key row and boom, boom. Okay, so once I'm done with this, now this data cart can be equal to just the new cart we have, which has extra information, like so. Okay, now let's go to the cart view page. Where is that? And just about here, what I want us to do is just echo what we've got, right? So that we can see what's going on. So here I would just say dd, like that. Is it dd? What function did I? What did I name that function? So I just want cart like that. I don't know what, do I have a function like this, or is it called show? Yeah, it's actually called show, because I name it very differently in different projects. So okay, show, there we go. So right here, if I now refresh, I should see some cool stuff. Now the coloring is off, so I'll Control A. Interesting indeed. But as you can see, I hope you can see this here. This is an array within an array. So the first item in the cart has an ID of 4 and a quantity of 3. But then we have this row here, which is an object, and then it has all this, the ID, the name, the description, blah, 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 and the overall quantity. Okay, so we have all the information we need here. So what I'm going to do now is just loop through this baby. So for now, I'll do this. So in case I need to see what's there again to remind myself how to access it, I'll switch that on. But for now, this is all I need. I need to go down here to the body. We only need one row. We don't need the second one, so I'll delete the second row. But we need this final row for totaling. So let's do if not empty cart like that, and then duplicate, do a for each. If for each cart as row, or I don't know, we'll call it item. Okay, so now down here we have a remove button. Yeah, that's great. Let's do a PHP and if, duplicate that, let's end for each, and then let's push everything with a for each over like so. Okay, that way it will loop through every item. So what we get from this is this. So we have 3 items like this, but let's tell it to show the actual content. So we grab item here, and I will do this. I will say item. Now we can simply grab the things from the row, the item row, right? So we'll do item, actually the ID is right there in the array. So I'll say ID like that. Hopefully we don't get any errors there. We don't need this break tag before the image. So here I'll do get image. And then I'll grab the image from item, but this one is inside the row. So item row like that, and then that row is an object. It has image in there like so. Now just in case the row does not exist, you can put question marks and an empty like that. Okay, and then here what do we do? The name of the item, right? So let me copy this. Let's put it here. Let me use escape because this is a title I'm going to put here. And then instead of ID here, this one will be inside the row of the product itself, but name like that. Okay. So here, let me use the quantity though will come from, not from the row of the product, but from the cart directly. So here I'll do quantity, and then, but the price will come from the product itself. So let's see, we don't need an escape for price, it's just a number. So we'll do price there. And then the total here will be multiplying this and that. So all I need to do is copy this. We'll say that times, and then this. Right, let's put that inside a bracket. Let's also echo it. and close that echo there, like so. Okay, very cool. Then we have a remove button, and we know exactly what to do with this remove button. So on the click of this one, we say cart.remove, and then let's put our ID there of what we are removing. The ID is in there, right there, and let's put it right there. Let's put one single quote there for no reason, and then we will have to grab the cart from the home page, the JavaScript from the home page. Now, instead of doing that, you can create an external file which you can load wherever there is a cart, right? Because we'll need it also in the shop page. But for now, we can just copy it to avoid any errors in loading files, etc., etc., and then getting lost. So just copy it there like so that it's available here as well. That way we can run the remove function from it. So let's see what we've got. And there we go. So we have an image here, we have the product, we have the quantity we added, we have the price, we have the total. Now with total here, I want to see it in number format, so I can do number format right here, number_format. You put your number in there, and then you can put how many decimals you want. That's 2, like so. And it will also add commas for you if the numbers go to thousands. So that's something to remember. If you don't want any decimals there, don't put that 2 I've added at the end. That's up to you. Okay, now let's remove an item and see if that actually works. Now in removing an item here, if the thing was, since this is on the cart view, we'll show the item here and refresh the page. So I'll just say window.location.reload. Okay, that way it shows us new information after we remove or add more. So here we can also put a quantity thing to add more quantity here if we want. But let me click here and say remove. It didn't seem to work. Let me refresh the page. Yeah, it did work. I guess the page just didn't refresh. So why is that? Oh, I've refreshed it, sorry. Let me click remove this one again. Ah, it worked this time. And remove. Look at that. So the total is fake, by the way. What we can do, if this is empty, we can just do here, else, and say we need table row and then table data. Oh, and then say no items were found. Okay, this one should be else, by the way. Alright, that way we can see that now. Let me refresh. No items were found in the cart. You can change how many rows this spans. You can say row span, and then let's see here what would make sense. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, anyway, just put 10 to make sure it covers everyone. And style, text align, center, font weight, bold. All right, let's see that in action. Why it doesn't move to the center, I have no idea. Anyway, let's remove total. We don't need total if there is no total. So here we will check. First of all, let's say if not empty total. Let's copy that end if from there. Oops, copy to the end of the row. If not empty total, do that. But then let's add the total here. Bam. Close that. Let's echo it. Now you can put your $signs there if you want outside this, like so, dollar, so that It's in there, and let's refresh. There we go. No items found in the cart. You can put a button here and say continue shopping or something, or go back to shop. Now, if you want, you can make sure that the cart doesn't show even a little bit. If for some reason there is no, there's nothing in the cart, so you can cut this and put it right above the table, like so. So let me remove this as well. So since we've put it on the table itself, we have to put the else and end if right outside there. So cut that, delete, delete. We'll put it right at the end of the table, like so. Let me move this guy here, and let's do this. So in this case, we don't need table row anymore, this and that. We just need a div then, in that case. And let's close div here and remove that table row. Let's see what we've got. There we go. Oh, you know, I forgot that the text should be black here. Let me put the div in here. I'll just put style and say color. Let's put 444 like that, so that everything we echo in there is dark. No items we have found in the cart. Okay, great, no problem. Let's go home. Let's add a few items. I'll add this one, I'll add this one. Yeah, and we go back to the cart, and there we go. Look at that. We have 2 items there. Let me add one more. Boom, great. And we have one more item there. Very good. Let's try and remove one. Let's see. Let's remove this one, and there it is. It's removable. Very nice. So now that we have added things to the cart, this is nice because we can then proceed to go to the checkout. Okay, but before I go, let's do it on the shop as well here. Let's do exactly what we've done on here to the shop. So let me just copy what's on the home page. Let's go to home view here. And I want to copy just this part here that loops. So I'll grab that up to there, copy, and let's go to the shop view, and I will delete everything inside this div up to here, all the products, because this is all really it is, and paste this instead. And then I will go, so here we'll say it will say no content found now this time. No content found, but it's too light to show that. So I'll do a style. Should have added this color. Let's do 444, or actually even darker, 222. So let's do that and see. No content found. You can use H1 or H2 tags here instead, so that this text is bigger. So let's see. Yeah, no content found. But we can add some content just by copying what's on the home controller. So exactly what is here, we shall copy and go to shop, because it's exactly the same thing that we are doing. So let's just add data at the end there, like so, and we should be good to go. So let me remove. Okay, controller product not found. That's because we forgot. Now let me go back to the home page. We forgot to use it there at the top, so don't forget that. Now if you want this to show more items, like I had said before, once you create the product thingy, you can say product like this, limit is equal to maybe 20 or something. Then that will make sure it shows up to 20 items. Oh boy. Okay, so this is too bad. If the reason is because the classes are different here. So let me undo what I've done and just mind the classes. Okay, so here there is class 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 14, 14, 15. So up to 15, right? From 11. Oh yeah, that's 10. So this is repeated up to 15. So let's try and see if we have the hang of it. So there's 11, 12, 13, 14. Okay, so let's do that. 11, class 12, class 13, class 14, class 14 as well here, and then 15 over here. All right, that way the styles will match, and there we go. Okay, very cool. So shop page, home page, shop page, cart, very nice. So you can add these about us, contact us, no problem. I'll create a separate video where I can add all of this so that it's fully functional and you can actually use it. So with this, we are pretty good to go. Now that we have items in the cart, we can actually go to the checkout page. Oh, we haven't put a total here. Sorry about that, almost forgot. Let me go to shop here. No, cart.php. So as you can see here, we are looping through each and every item. So we can, in the process, count the total. So I can say something like data. Since we are sending it to the view, I'll put it inside data. I'll say data total is equal to 0, like this, right? So now just by doing that, we will see a total here because total now exists. Oh wait, but it's still empty. So let's add something. So right here, we will say data total plus equals. We'll say plus equal to, and we'll add whatever is inside the cart ID. Oh no, quantity, sorry. Quantity. But it's not just quantity that we want, we need a price as well. Now the price is within the row here. So let's multiply that quantity by what's inside the row. So let's do row, and then this is an object, so we'll say row price, like so, semicolon. Now this should only happen if row is a thing, right? So let me grab this and say if not empty as well. Yeah, then we'll do this. We don't need the brackets because it's just one line, so that should do just fine. So let's refresh, and there we go. So we have a total there. Very nice. Now the total should be quite big. So let's go back to the cart view here for a second. Let's do some drastic things. So total here, I will do an h2 tag and close it here. That way at least it's quite big. Actually not big enough. Let's put h1. Alrighty guys. So there we go. We have a cart that works. We have a shop, homepage, shop, and a cart that actually works. And we need a checkout button right above, about here. We can put this checkout button. I don't know where we can put that button. Maybe just after this. We'll capitalize it. Let's see that. Where is the checkout button? I cannot see this button. Ah, it's right there. So yeah, because it's not part of the table, so it goes out. Okay, so we'll have to add it in table data, like in here. So let's do that. And let's add some styles, right? I'll put some padding of 20 pixels, background color of blue, and then color of white. Yep, let's try that. Check out, very cool. I can do more. Let's do border none. Font size 20 pixels. Okay, there we go. And a cursor. This is why we create classes instead, so we don't have to type so many things inline. Okay, so that's the checkout, but now you can inspect this, of course, and then just go ahead and change the color to something more likable. Let's say like this, not too jarring. So So I'll copy that and put it here where I had background color instead of blue, like so. All right, guys. So this is good. Now we can actually take this to the checkout page. Let me put a link to the checkout page. We'll put root like that, and then slide checkout. We don't have the checkout page yet, so this will cause an error when we try to go there, but we are almost there, right? So refresh and check out. There we go. All right, so far so good. Now in the next video, we are going to create a Stripe connection. So make sure you've created that Stripe account, and it should be inside test mode for now, but I'll take you through that process as well. And yeah, I'll see you in the next video.